Chapter 1202. Alert. Alert. A high-energy reaction has occurred in the fourth sector. The specific coordinates are: the Fenrir Star System Space Monitoring Station C0075D suddenly sounded an alarm. The staff in the observation room hurriedly gathered in front of the radar screen. They all had the Black Star emblem on their uniforms. They were all Army members. The Army had built a large number of space stations in the territory under their jurisdiction to monitor the situation of the entire territory. The artificial intelligence was the main processing, supplemented by a small number of manpower as insurance. At this moment, a dazzling light dot suddenly lit up on the real-time monitoring star map. The staff hurriedly operated the ultra-long-range astronomical observation device to zoom in. Very soon, the location of the energy explosion was displayed on the screen. The desolate planet at this location had already disappeared, replaced by a mass of golden energy that was constantly expanding. It was like a star in its later years turning into a red giant. Bright golden lightning arcs surged endlessly like a projected solar prominence. Seeing this, the staff in the room were puzzled and discussed among themselves. What's this phenomenon? It looks like the decay of a star, but there was only a desolate planet here. Where did the star come from? The energy fluctuation is very high. The waveband and frequency are more like the energy of a beyond grade A. Could a beyond grade A have snuck in? Everyone discussed for a while and unanimously decided to follow the instructions of the operation manual and conduct an on-site investigation. An unmanned spaceship flew out of the space station, accelerated through hyperdrive, and soon arrived at the location of the incident. The golden energy was still expanding, and its volume was extremely large. The unmanned spaceship could not get close at this time and could only patrol by the side to collect data. This continued for a while. Suddenly, the golden energy stopped expanding and shrank at a speed of hundreds of times, as if it was being continuously devoured. When it shrank to a certain extent, it exploded again, turning into an energy shockwave that spread far away. The observation screen instantly turned white. The shield of the unmanned spaceship flickered, and its value plummeted. Fortunately, it was relatively far away. Although it suffered some damage, it was not destroyed. The spaceship finally stabilized with great difficulty. The staff in the space station hurriedly looked at the location of the explosion, only to see that the area was already empty. The golden energy cluster had disappeared, and all matter on the desolate planet had been annihilated. Nothing was left. After looking around, they did not see anyone at all. Observation complete. The source of the explosion could not be found. Requesting return. Hearing the emotionless report of the artificial intelligence, the staff present looked at each other. This matter is too strange. It's not something we can handle. Report it to the upper echelons quickly. At the same time, on a barren planet in another system of the Army's territory, Han Xiao, who had changed into a new set of King Mecha, abruptly appeared on a black wasteland. Phew, I was almost caught. Han Xiao took off his mecha and put away the throne in this place. He exhaled a breath with golden electric arcs. This time, the advancement had brought about a massive increase in power. He could no longer control the rampaging energy within his body. His cells were producing energy at high efficiency, releasing the energy within his body and accidentally blowing up a planet. In order not to be seen by his subordinates, he had immediately changed into a spare King Mecha and ran off the moment his advancement was complete. He had chosen the location of his advancement in the depths of his own territory in order to keep it a secret. His original strength had already caused the various major forces to fear him. If the outside world were to know that he had made progress in such a short period of time, they would not only fear him, they would be terrified. It might even cause the opposite effect. Therefore, he had chosen to keep a secret, not wanting others to know about it now. Master, the Fenrir Star System's command center reported the high energy reaction you triggered. They don't know the cause, so how should I reply, Philip's childish voice sounded in his mind. So fast. Not bad, not bad. Just reply as usual. Send some exploration teams there for a symbolic walk. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. In the past few years, The Black Star Corps had already established a complete surveillance system in the 7 star systems of the Garu star cluster. He had just left, and the report had already arrived. He was quite satisfied with this reaction speed. It meant that the early warning system in his territory was very effective. Putting this matter aside, Han Xiao opened the interface again. The notification of the completion of his advancement had already popped up. He rubbed his hands excitedly and opened the interface after his advancement to observe the changes. Level 340 Main Class, Mechanic Race, Black Star Race Attributes, 15914 SDR, 15423 DEX, 27010 END, 56460 INT, 13107 MAS, 6430 CHA, 0 LUK Free Attribute Points, 135 Awakening Points, 9 Health, 41039094 Stamina, 31662700 Energy, 293475 LV 25 Energy Bonus Points, plus 6620 SDR, plus 7745 DEX, plus 10308 END, plus 14187 INT, plus 6060 MAS, plus 438, 2600 Stamina Limit, plus 9806% Machinery Affinity Energy Rank, 98510 Grade, SS Grade S Bonus Points, plus 150 END, plus 45% All Resistances, plus 40% Highest Attribute, plus 25% Other Attributes, plus 750 Free Attribute Points, plus 50 Awakening Points. The door to a higher level is slowly opening for you. Hiss. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The effect of his advancement this time was extremely good. Every attribute had a huge increase. Calculating, every attribute had increased by about 1/3 compared to before the advancement, except for luck, which had fallen to 0 when he refreshed it when he created the universal treasure. He had forgotten to reset it. His current attributes were much stronger than when he had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm. This was especially true for his energy rank, which had started to increase in the later stages. Every time he reached a higher level, he would receive a stronger increase. The energy rank of LV25 was about 10 times stronger than when he had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm. Indeed, holding one's energy rank was the best way for every Beyond Grade A to improve themselves. The increase in attributes brought by the race evolution was about the same as the increase in energy rank, which was also huge. This was especially true for his HP. Not to mention the enemy, even Han Xiao felt like vomiting. At this moment, he had the urge to imitate Wei Yang and shout, "Who can kill me? Even if I don't use machinery now, I can still kill a Beyond Grade A pugilist with less than 52,000 energy rank with just my body. Furthermore, with my current intelligence attribute and the various bonuses, the strength of my mechanical army is already extremely terrifying." Han Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the explosive energy surging in his body, and could not help but smile. With my current strength, even if I don't use Virtual Purification Restore, I shouldn't be afraid of Old Man Ison bringing out the felons. As long as his main body dares to appear in front of me, I will dare to capture him and train him. Among the peak Beyond Grade as of this era, probably only God's Chosen, Warnos, whose strength I don't know, might be a threat to me. The higher the energy rank, the greater the gap between each point. Han Xiao felt that it was a pity that he did not reach 100,000 energy rank this time. After all, this was like a threshold, and he might be able to trigger something. However, considering that the boundary of Beyond Grade back then was not a whole number, and there were even decimals, 100,000 energy rank might not have any special meaning. His grade did not change either. Han Xiao felt that SS was probably the peak of the S grade, and the next level should be the higher realm that Escod yearned for. It would be like the gap between a Beyond Grade A and a Calamity grade. The free attribute points brought by leveling up from level 331 to level 340 were not used yet. He casually threw some into luck, making Eggy turn into a stick, and then threw all the remaining free attribute points into intelligence. He looked at the cost of leveling up, and the amount skyrocketed again. It was an astronomical figure, and even a rich leak like Han Technician was speechless. After admiring it for a few more minutes, Han Xiao looked away reluctantly. He thought for a while and pulled down his ability tab. Previously, he was busy with his promotion and did not think about the changes of the god's trait transformation. This time, Han Xiao fulfilled the 5 conditions of the god's trait transformation and obtained the full 5 points. However, god's trait transformation machinery required 6 points to reach level 11, and he was still 1 point short. He wanted to see if the mission completion card would work and reduce the cost. Logically speaking, the mission completion card is useful for promotion missions, and it should also be useful for this kind of leveling condition, Han Xiao mumbled to himself. He took out the mission completion card, selected the Develop Gold Grade Blueprints by Myself requirement, slapped it, and then quickly looked at the notification on the interface. You have used a mission completion card. Mission completion card has taken effect. You have completed one of the leveling requirements for God's Trait Transformation Machinery. The leveling cost is reduced by 1 point. Oh, it really works. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had obtained quite a number of random reward opportunities in the past few years, so he had stocked up on some mission completion cards. If they worked on the God's Trait Transformation, they would have another important use. Although this is good news, I don't know if the leveling requirements will increase in the future. It's better to use them sparingly. I'll try my best to fulfill some of the requirements that I have the ability to fulfill. Anyway, it's just increasing my strength, so there's no harm in doing so, Han Xiao thought to himself. He still decided to level up God's Trait Transformation Machinery first. If the level limit was still a question mark, he might have invested in the God's Trait Transformation for the Void route. However, now that he realized that the upper limit was not far away, he planned to try and see what changes would happen after he maxed out the God's Trait Transformation route. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. Beep beep beep. Han Xiao took it out and saw Kasui's big face on the screen. Black Star, are you done with your business? When are we leaving? Han Xiao had once agreed to Kasui's request to form a team, but it was delayed because of Modo's matter. After Modo was eliminated, Kasui had been sending invitations every now and then. The most recent one was 4 days ago, when Han Xiao replied that he would wait for a while because of his promotion. Today, Kasui called again and seemed very eager. Okay, you came at the right time. I've just finished my business. When do you want to go? Han Xiao said helplessly. Only then did Kasui smile. Now. So soon? Han Xiao was surprised. That's right. Do you have time? I do, but I don't even know where to go. Don't I have to make any preparations? It's okay. Let's go to the Void Dimension first. I'll tell you the details then. After saying that, Kasui quickly hung up without waiting for Han Xiao to answer. Han Xiao played with the communicator, becoming more and more curious. He had only agreed to Kasui's invitation as a favor between friends, but he was now more and more interested in the goal of Kasui's trip. What could make someone of Kasui's level so anxious? Who knew how long this trip would take? Han Xiao thought about it and sent a message to Sylvia. I'm going to the secondary dimension world, and I don't know when I'll be back for the time being. I'll have to let you continue to be in charge for a while. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao received a reply. Sylvia, you might as well not come back. Han Xiao was helpless. Even I know how to strike a balance between work and rest, but Sylvia has to work overtime endlessly. It's normal for her to be a little resentful. I won't argue with a guy whose hairline is in danger. Han Xiao was about to summon the mysterious energy host to bring him into the secondary dimension world when he suddenly stopped. Oh right, I have the Void Authority now, so I should be able to enter and exit the secondary dimension world at will without using the primal chaos mysterious energy. He closed his eyes and activated this talent, communicating with the void dimension. His consciousness seemed to have sunk into a colorful world. Colorful bubbles flashed across his field of vision. Soon, a large grayish-blue bubble appeared in his line of sight. It grew bigger and bigger. Han Xiao's heart moved, and according to the instinctive reaction brought by the Void Authority, he inserted his consciousness into the void dimension from this very macroscopic perspective. Puff! A smooth sound seemed to ring out in his mind. His consciousness entered the void dimension without any obstructions. It was as smooth as lubricant, leaving his mark in the dimensional core. Boom! The next moment, Han Xiao felt his consciousness spread out, covering the entire void dimension. The void energy in the dimension seemed to have become an extension of his body, and he could even absorb the energy of the void dimension through the connection of his consciousness, like an invisible energy transmission channel. So this is what it feels like to connect to a secondary dimension. It's similar to what Hela described. Han Xiao was amazed. There were very few beyond grade as who could connect to secondary dimensions. Kasui was connected to the void dimension, Hela was connected to the underworld dimension, and Traveler was connected to the evil convergence. Now, he had also entered this category. He had to admit that the endless energy from the secondary dimension nourishing his body was indeed a different feeling. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Kasui is also connected to the void dimension. I wonder if he will notice. At the same time, in the void dimension, Kasui had just returned to the palace in the void dimension from the main universe and was waiting for Blackstar to come while absorbing the void energy to adjust his state. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he looked up with a shocked expression. Someone connected to the void dimension again? Kasui did not mind others connecting to the void dimension because the energy inside was endless, and he did not mind sharing it with another person. After all, he was not a fierce man like Traveler who treated secondary dimensions as his wife. However, this was not something that could be done overnight. Only void species had such qualifications. They needed to use their mental strength to grind away layers of obstacles before they could touch the core of the dimension and establish a connection. Back then, Kasui had tried countless times before he finally connected to the void dimension. However, this unknown newcomer did not have any foreplay and went straight to the core the first time he connected to the dimension. This made it difficult for him to understand. Who could this guy be? Kasui was secretly shocked, and at the same time, he felt a little jealous. This feeling was like chasing after his sweetheart and only making a little progress after a lot of effort. However, when he turned around, he realized that his sweetheart was not cold to him at all when facing a tall, rich, and handsome guy who appeared out of nowhere. It was not difficult for others to chase after her. Even I can't do it so fast. How could this person? The more Kasui thought about it, the more upset he felt. The void energy in his mouth suddenly did not taste good. Chapter 1203. Somewhere in the void dimension, a ray of light flashed, revealing Han Xiao's figure. He had teleported over through the void authority. Kasui should be here. Let's go find him first. With the void authority, a small map of the void dimension appeared in his mind. It was very convenient. Han Xiao identified the direction and headed toward the central area of the void dimension, which was Kasui's territory. The effect of void travel was greatly enhanced here, and he could cross a long distance with every flash. Not long after, Han Xiao arrived at the periphery of Kasui's territory. After thinking about it, he stopped outside a crystal floating island that served as a border outpost and released a little bit of his aura. Rumble. The surrounding void energy stirred up a storm, and the guards in the outpost were alarmed. A huge void legion flew out and confronted Han Xiao from a distance. The leader was a void duke. Who dares to trespass on Lord Kasui's? Oh, it's Lord Blackstar. Before the void duke could finish his warning, he saw Han Xiao's appearance clearly and immediately put away his hostility, his attitude becoming friendly. Han Xiao's reputation in the void dimension was not small. The deeds he had left here last time had already spread, and most of the experts at the top of the void food chain knew about this void creature on the same level as Kasui. This was due to the influence of the Void Conqueror milestone. I have an appointment with Kasui. Where is he? Han Xiao asked. Lord Kasui is already waiting for you in the main hall. Come with me. The Void Duke dismissed the troops and led Han Xiao into the outpost. They came to a platform engraved with mysterious patterns, then took out a dark blue crystal and activated it with void energy. The next moment, the surrounding void energy surged and formed a grayish-blue spatial vortex on the ground of the platform. A portal unique to void technology. Han Xiao sized it up. The rules of the void dimension were different and had its own technical system. It was a type of method that used the void energy as its foundation and made use of its various characteristics. Basically, it could only be effective within the void dimension. As soon as he stepped in, void energy surged through his entire body, making him feel as though he was descending into the clouds. In the next instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a majestic and luxurious palace. The palace was made of crystals of various colors, and it was extremely exquisite. "Black Star, you're here." A familiar voice came from behind. Han Xiao turned around and saw a small table with Kasui sitting on the side and nodding slightly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Kasui suddenly stopped and revealed a surprised expression. He suddenly sensed a similar aura from Han Xiao. It wasn't a simple feeling of being of the same race, but rather a very high-level void bloodline. "You evolved again?" Kasui was surprised. No, it's just a little bit of progress," Han Xiao said modestly. As a void creature, it was difficult to hide his race evolution from Kasui, but the other party could only sense a trace of his aura and couldn't see through his exact situation. "Every time I see you, you surprise me." Kasui narrowed his eyes and probed, "Just now, was it you who established a connection with the void dimension?" "Oh, you found out." Han Xiao spread out his hands and smiled. "I just tried it. I didn't expect it to be so simple and succeed in one try. I remember you said that you don't mind others connecting to the void dimension, so you shouldn't have any objections, right?" "It's okay, I'm just curious." Kasui's eyelids twitched, and he waved his hand. He pretended to be indifferent, but his heart was filled with jealousy. "Simple. If King want to beat you to death. If you can connect to the void dimension with a casual try, then what's all the hard work I put in?" However, he couldn't lose his temper. Being able to do it in one try was his ability, and he couldn't be envious. Comparisons were odious. While he was cursing in his heart, Han Xiao suddenly stepped forward and pinched his face with his fingers. Kasui was stunned on the spot. He raised his head and stared at Han Xiao. What are you doing?" "To see if you're an avatar or your main body." Han Xiao was curious. "I'm in my main body now." Kasui slapped away Han Xiao's claws. Han Xiao was puzzled. "Didn't you say that the dimension you wanted to explore was very dangerous? I thought you would send an avatar, but I didn't expect it to be your main body. With your small body, you still dare to be so reckless." Kasui's face twitched. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm fragile?" "Well, compared to you, I'm indeed fragile, but I'm a peak beyond grade A after all. No matter how fragile I am, there's a limit." Kasui was speechless for a while before helplessly pointing to the seat opposite him. "Please take a seat and eat something. I'll explain the goal of this trip to you first." As soon as he said that, a few void creatures carrying trays walked in. The table was filled with food and wine. On the plates were colorful translucent crystals. They were very beautiful. Han Xiao glanced at the food on the table, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If he was not wrong, this thing seemed to be the excrement of the void world bug, and it was the most essential part. "What's wrong?" "Eat some." No, my taste isn't that heavy." Han Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. This was considered the hometown dish of the void creatures, containing pure void energy. However, he was an acquired species after all, so he did not have such a habit. Seeing this, Kasui did not force him. He picked up the glass and took a sip of wine before explaining the goal of this trip. "At our current level, God's trait transformation is an indispensable path. You must have touched this field. You might not know this, but as the degree of God's trait transformation gets higher and higher, there will be a kind of intuition that will allow you to perceive some opportunities for transformation. It may be some objects, or it may be completing some illusory things. As long as you find the opportunity, you can greatly reduce the difficulty of the next God's trait transformation. This time, I sensed an opportunity, and my intuition led me to the secondary dimension we're going to explore later. There seems to be something in there that attracts me and is beneficial to my God's trait transformation." "Oh." Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Transformation opportunity. This was very similar to the prerequisite for the God's trait transformation ability to reach level 10. So this is how it manifests in normal people. Then, Kasui definitely has a path of God's trait transformation that has reached level 10 and above. To a beyond grade A, information regarding the God's trait transformation was precious knowledge. Kasui was not stingy in sharing it. Han Xiao listened for a while and understood more. According to Kasui, after reaching the high level of God's trait transformation, he would sense something similar to a mission. Achieving this mission would allow him to steadily improve his God's trait transformation. To explain it in more mysterious terms, it was like seeking one's path. It sounded illusory, but Kasui gave two real examples. For example, the mission he sensed was to become the strongest overlord of the void dimension, which would be beneficial to his God's trait transformation. Man Ison sensed that he would become the machinery faith main god, and this was what old Man Ison had told him in private. Kasui also had his own guesses as to why this would happen. The way he saw it, the God's trait transformation was not only the sublimation of an individual but also the entanglement of fate with countless external factors. Only by shouldering and integrating the fate of some groups could the final God's trait transformation be completed. It was like a destiny that the strong had to bear. There's such a thing. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Thinking about it, since the God's trait transformation had the word divinity, it did not seem impossible. It was just that he did not know what would happen after the transformation was completed. It was no wonder Kasui was so impatient. It turned out that he saw an opportunity to take the next step. However, from his perspective, this matter could actually be explained simply by the interface. It was probably similar to the requirements of the high level of God's trait transformation. It was no longer a rigid indicator of level, ability, attribute, and so on. Instead, it was like some stages of promotion or class advancement, becoming a type of mission that required one to complete something related to the transformation route. Thus, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was like they had sensed their own mission. Because he had already tested that the mission completion card could take effect on the God's trait transformation, although Han Xiao was surprised, he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he was even happier. It did not matter how a normal beyond grade A cultivated. Anyway, they were not in the same system. He just had to rush it. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly realized a problem. I'm also a void creature, so my transformation route should be the same as yours. According to your theory, won't we become competitors? Kasui shook his head and said indifferently, even if it's the same transformation route, what everyone senses is completely different. Although I don't have much information, my intuition tells me that everyone's path is unique, at least for people of the same generation. Then your intuition is really rich. Han Xiao complained and then asked, I already understand the goal. This time, it's to help you find the opportunity for the God's trait transformation in that secondary dimension, right? How's the situation there? Have you explored the path? Hearing this, Kasui's expression became much more serious. He frowned slightly and said with a deep voice, I've sent 2 clones. I've already sent my doppelganger there twice. That place is located in the depths of the secondary dimension world. The space turbulence there is extremely violent, and the environment is extremely dangerous. However, this is not the most important thing. There is a group of powerful creatures guarding that dimension. My doppelganger was unable to repel them both times. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Being able to repel Kasui's clones meant that the total combat power of this group of creatures was comparable to a peak beyond grade A. It was undoubtedly a dangerous place in the secondary dimension world, and it was extremely rare. If an ordinary beyond grade A encountered it, they would most likely die. Have you tried to communicate with them? I tried at the time, but their memories were empty. There was no valuable information, and they seemed to have no self-consciousness. They never responded to me, and I don't recognize what species they are. There are no records in the database. Let me see. Han Xiao frowned, worried that Kasui had encountered someone from the world tree. That would not be good. However, after seeing the image shared by Kasui, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He also did not recognize this creature. He had never seen it in his previous life, so it most likely had nothing to do with the world tree civilization. Just the guardians outside the secondary dimension have such strength. I wonder what's going on inside. Have you been in? No, I haven't broken through the seal of these creatures, so I don't know what's inside. It's already so dangerous outside, so it definitely won't be any better inside. Maybe it's the nest of these creatures. Han Xiao had a strange expression. So, you really want to go with your main body? Don't you want to consider it? The opportunity to transform can only be discovered when I go there myself. With your help this time, it shouldn't be a problem. The mechanic class is most suitable for dealing with large-scale battles. That's your strength. Kasui smiled and said honestly, I invited you this time. Not only because of your ability, but also because I want to borrow your king mechanical suit. If the situation isn't good, we can immediately retreat. Only you have such mobility. I see. Han Xiao nodded, thought about it, and said, then, I'll accompany you with my main body. Then I'll go with you with my main body. The mechanical body is too fragile. It's not safe. Hearing this, Kasui did not know what expression to make for a moment. Among all the mechanics in the universe, only you can say such inhumane words. Ding. You have triggered the mission, Kasui's invitation. Mission introduction. In order to find an opportunity for the god's trait transformation, Kasui decided to explore a dangerous and mysterious unknown secondary dimension. Because he saw your ability, he sent you a team request. Mission requirements. Help Kasui find the target of this trip. Reward, 450 billion experience, 6 random rewards, 3 character summon cards, plus 30 Kasui favorability, 1 god's trait transformation point, milestone, unknown note. This mission is extremely risky. It is recommended to choose carefully. 450 billion experience points. Han Xiao's eyes widened, almost suspecting that he had seen wrongly. The experience reward was often linked to the difficulty of the mission. Killing Old Man Ison would only give him around 1,000 billion experience. So far, the mission with the highest experience reward he had ever seen was The End of Darkness, which was basically impossible to complete. However, this mission actually gave him a reward of 450 billion experience, and it even specifically said that the difficulty was extremely high. At this moment, Han Xiao could conclude that there was definitely a huge secret in that mysterious secondary dimension. In his previous life, there was no such person as himself. Kasui's teammate for this trip was most likely Man Ison. Since the two of them had come out safely, it meant that even if the risk was high, it would not exceed the range of a peak beyond Grade A's ability. He had just advanced, and his strength had greatly improved. If Man Ison and Kasui could do it, it should not be a problem for him. I've replaced Manison's position. If there's anything good in that secondary dimension, there won't be anything for Man Ison. Thinking about it this way, did he just take away another opportunity from Man Ison? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. His greatest hobby now was to persecute Man Ison, and it felt good to do so. At the same time, somewhere in the Primeval Star River, achoo. Man Ison, who was studying the blueprint, suddenly sneezed, and his face instantly turned gloomy. With his rich experience, he did not even need to think to know that it was definitely Blackstar talking about him again. Chapter 1204. In the storm-like space storm, a silver prismatic spaceship with a shield cut through the waves, shuttling at high speed like a small boat in a huge wave. Han Xiao and Kasui were both in the cockpit, observing the map of the secondary dimension world. We're going deeper and deeper. Han Xiao looked at the constantly jumping coordinates and smacked his lips. Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? My senses have always been in this direction. According to my experience, we're almost there. Kasui nodded. The two of them set off from the void dimension, boarded an exploration spaceship dedicated to the secondary dimension world, and began to head toward their destination. Because Kasui did not enter the target secondary dimension, he did not have an anchor coordinate. He could only transit in the various secondary dimensions he knew and try to shorten the distance as much as possible before flying across the space turbulence. The two of them flew for many days and had long left the control range of the 3 universal civilizations. They went deeper and deeper into the secondary dimension world, passing through one strange secondary plane after another. The secondary dimension world was like the main universe, constantly expanding and expanding. Every second, countless secondary dimension worlds were born or died. The three universal civilizations had only explored a portion of the more stable areas. They called the explored areas the shallow layer, and the unknown areas the deep layer. However, this was just a difference in name. In fact, there was no fundamental difference between the deep layer and the shallow layer secondary dimensions. It was difficult to move without coordinates here. The two of them could only rely on Kasui's senses, which was the only navigator. Fortunately, he had already been there twice and confirmed that this method was feasible. At this moment, an almost imperceptible crack suddenly appeared in the space turbulence in front of them. Kasui's eyes lit up. It's there. Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately steered the spaceship into an arc and charged into the crack. Boom. Logically speaking, the cracks in the space wall encountered in the space storm would allow one to directly enter a secondary dimension. However, it was different this time. The two of them only felt the hull tremble slightly. The world outside the porthole was still the space storm, but it seemed to have changed. An endless beehive-shaped space wall appeared in front of them, giving off a mysterious blue-purple color. This was the outside of the secondary dimension world. Outside the space wall, a large group of strange creatures wandered. They were the monsters that Kasui had mentioned. Dragon saw. This is the place. Yes. Be careful. These creatures are very aggressive, very durable, and have astonishing resistance to mental and energy attacks. Their resilience is very strong, and they can also release a kind of energy similar to dimensional lightning. Moreover, the energy of each individual can resonate, forming a huge shield that covers the spatial wall, isolating it from the outside world. If we don't kill these creatures, we won't be able to break through this shield. This is also the reason why I can't charge in, Kasui instructed. Han Xiao carefully observed these creatures. They were quite large in size. Although he lacked a reference point, he estimated that they were about 300,000 meters long. Their structure had the characteristics of beetles. They had milky white exoskeletons all over their bodies. They were long and had distinct segments. At first glance, they looked like centipedes without legs. However, along the gap between the carapace and the abdomen, there was a circle of light blue membranous wings, which gave it the feeling of a plankton. Every segment of the membrane wings had a bony joint that looked like a limb. At the end of the joint was a hollow bone tube that looked like a breathing organ. It kept swallowing and spitting out space turbulence. On their abdomen, there were 2 rows of symmetrical chelicerae that extended all the way to their tails. There were no visual organs or mouthparts on their heads, only a huge cone covered with rows of densely packed holes. If one didn't look carefully, it was almost impossible to distinguish the head from the tail. They look really capricious. Is it because no one can see them, so they just grow as they wish? Han Xiao secretly criticized. Just as the two were chatting, this group of wandering creatures discovered their spaceship and immediately launched an attack. The monsters sucked in a large amount of space turbulence, and black and purple lightning suddenly appeared, swimming around their bodies, and then suddenly shot out, attacking the spaceship. Buzz! Kasui's eyes lit up, and a huge psychic shield popped out to protect the spaceship. All the black and purple lightning bombarded it, exploding into arcs of electricity. However, he kept injecting energy into the shield, making it motionless. With the support of a huge amount of energy, Kasui was not afraid of consumption at all. Their skin is rough and their flesh is thick, and their mental resistance is amazing. My efficiency is very low. Black Star, I'll leave it to you. Kasui turned his head and said, You defend. Just watch how I deal damage. Han Xiao nodded and opened the secondary dimensional army box. Mechanical soldiers surged out, unleashing powerful firepower. This area became the battlefield of the mechanical army. Army-style mechanics were best at large-scale team battles. Although Kasui was also good at AoE, his psychic power was more suitable for mental damage. As long as he faced a target with high mental resistance, his output efficiency would decrease. The psionic cannons bombarded the monsters, creating charred holes on their exoskeletons. The resistance of these monsters was indeed shocking, But Han Xiao was no longer the same as before. After his promotion, his attributes had increased exponentially, and his mechanical force bonus was even stronger. Under the concentrated fire of the mechanical army, the monsters were easily blasted into pieces one after another, turning into a pile of biological tissue. At this time, more and more creatures rushed over. Their numbers seemed endless, and they fought with the mechanical army without the slightest fear. Their energy resonated and connected with each other, building an extremely thick black and purple shield that covered every single one of them. This slowed down the speed of casualties. As more and more creatures arrived, the strength of their attacks and shields continued to increase. The more creatures there were, the higher the increase. The battle outside was very intense, but the two of them still stayed in the spaceship and did not move. Observing the battlefield outside the porthole, Kasui was a little surprised. Black Star, why is the lethality of your mechanical army so high? He had fought with these creatures before and knew their defense very well. In his opinion, although Black Star could deal with the enemy, it should not be as easy as it was now. Kasui and Man-Ison had known each other for many years, so he knew the ropes. The strength displayed by Black Star's mech legion was beyond his expectations. The rescue of Hela was the only time Kasui had personally experienced Han Xiao's strength. However, compared to that time, Black Star's improvement was too great. You're flattering me. You're just SOSO. Han Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He did not want to reveal his true strength. Seeing that Han Xiao was unwilling to say, Kasui did not ask further. He suppressed his shock and changed the topic. He shook his head and sighed. Mechanics are really convenient. Sitting in the spaceship, I don't have to do anything, and I can solve the problem that troubles me. There are specializations. Although we mechanics have many subordinates, weapons, and money, and can adapt to almost any situation, especially an anomaly like me who can fight with pugilists, I don't have psychic power. Han Xiao laughed. I don't feel comforted at all when you say that. The two of them chatted casually. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the combat information. Old Ku did not know the origin of these creatures, but he had the interface. He could see what these creatures were. Glancing at it, the interface named these creatures space lice. Their average level was between level 240 and 260, and they were special creatures with powerful talents. Judging from their attributes and skills, the strength of a single space lice was slightly higher than a calamity grade but far from a beyond grade A. The main reason was their amazing resistance. They lived in space turbulence and were constantly being torn apart by space storms. The interstellar beasts of the past were like little brothers compared to them. The space lice had an important talent of sharing energy. The more of their kind within a certain range, the greater the increase. They could share damage and transfer attributes, but there was a limit to the increase. If they reached the peak, their resistance would be so strong that they could even resist the attacks of pinnacle beyond grade as. These creatures are quite powerful. As long as there are enough of them, they'll be comparable to pinnacle beyond grade as. I can get a bunch of them back to breed, but I don't know what their habits are like or if they can survive in the main universe. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered. I don't care about that now. Kasui waved his hands. He only wanted to enter this secondary dimension to find the opportunity for his god's trait transformation. That's true. Let's get down to business first. Han Xiao nodded. He was about to have his mechanical army blast open the shield of the space lice and open up a passage into the secondary dimension. However, at this moment, boom! A powerful energy wave suddenly erupted in the distance and rapidly approached. Sensing this energy wave, Han Xiao and Kasui's expressions changed. This energy. Kasui's expression was grave. It can't be wrong. This is the energy of a true pinnacle beyond grade A, and its level is not lower than yours or mine. Han Xiao frowned. In their perception range, the source of this energy was rapidly approaching, bringing with it a strong sense of threat. The two of them moved and finally left the spaceship. They also released their auras and looked at the source of the energy wave from afar. Not long after, a meteor shot over and stopped in front of the two of them, revealing its figure. It was about 3 meters tall and wore a strange armor that covered its entire body, not revealing any skin. There were only 2 blue light spots in the eye area of the helmet. Han Xiao and Kasui sized up the newcomer, quietly looked at each other, and communicated on the mental level. You didn't meet this person the last 2 times you came? No, his aura is very unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be someone I know. Could he be someone who has been hiding in the secondary dimension and trained to the pinnacle beyond grade A level? That's possible. Communicate with him and see what's going on. The 2 of them quickly reached a consensus. Kasui immediately released a gentle psychic energy, indicating that he was not hostile, and sent out a mental message in an attempt to communicate with the other party. Han Xiao did not intervene in the conversation between the 2 of them. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he saw that Kasui's expression suddenly became ugly. He immediately asked, "What did he say?" No matter what I said to him, his reply was exactly the same. He asked us to leave this place, or he would kill the intruders. He called us intruders? Han Xiao was surprised. Could this secondary dimension be his territory? Considering the difficulty of the mission, he knew that it would not be easy from the beginning. He had originally thought that this secondary dimension was the lair of the space lice, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Moreover, the surrounding space lice did not attack this mysterious person, as if they were being farmed. The truth did not seem to be that simple. How would I know? Looks like there's no room for discussion. Let's get ready. Kasui narrowed his eyes. He was determined to obtain the god's trait transformation opportunity and would never compromise. That's fine, but there's no need to fight with him. We just need to temporarily force him to retreat, and we can directly enter the secondary dimension. Let's see what's going on inside first, Han Xiao suggested. Kasui nodded and did not object. He suddenly launched an attack, his psychic energy instantly surging out, shattering the surrounding space turbulence. The mysterious person instantly counterattacked, a surging blue energy gushing out and colliding with Kasui's psychic energy. Boom! A violent energy wave suddenly exploded, and the surrounding space lice and mechanical troops were all swept away. Kasui's mana was almost infinite, and his fighting style had always been bold. However, the other party was not stingy with his energy either. Psychic energy and energy were in a stalemate in midair, and shockwaves burst out. The strength of this mysterious person was actually on par with Kasui. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not say anything and launched a righteous 2 versus 1 battle. Mechanical force shot out, dragging countless mechanical soldiers toward him. The next moment, a slightly smaller mechanical deity suddenly descended and swung its blade. The other party's combat strength had undoubtedly reached the SS grade, and the effect of Fearless Heart was immediately activated. Swoosh! The celestial punishment edge was like a hot knife cutting through butter, instantly cutting through the energy shield used by the mysterious person and sending him flying, disappearing from sight like a meteor. Kasui's psychic energy missed, and he almost could not react in time. You sent him flying just like that. Isn't that too fast? Although I was in a stalemate with him, this mysterious person's strength is almost the same as mine. You sent him flying with 1 slash. Isn't that a bit too much? Kasui's mood was complicated. He only felt that the current Black Star seemed to be a little stronger than he expected. There was a huge difference in strength from his impression of Han Xiao. Alright, don't talk so much. I only sent him flying. When he comes back, we'll still have to deal with him. Let's go in and take a look first. Han Xiao personally took action, and like a hot knife through butter, he controlled the mechanical deity and crushed all the space lice blocking the way. With 1 slash, he destroyed the shield formed by the energy resonance of the space lice, and the spatial wall of this secondary dimension was exposed in front of him. Seeing this, Kasui did not have the time to worry about Han Xiao's strength and quickly followed. The 2 of them rushed into this secondary dimension together with a large wave of mechanical troops. At this moment, the mysterious person finally flew back. Looking at the spatial wall that was gradually closing, the blue light spots in his eyes flickered rapidly and suddenly turned red. The invader has successfully broken through the second line of defense. Immediately implementing the 3rd set of countermeasures. Changing operation mode. Change complete. Current mode kill. As soon as Han Xiao entered the spatial wall, his eyes were filled with blue-purple spatial turbulence. A sense of stickiness and suffocation hit him in the face, shocking him. This feeling seems different from when I entered other secondary dimensions. Before he could feel it carefully, his vision suddenly changed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was suddenly stunned with a look of surprise. He was high in the sky, and an extremely prosperous galactic city appeared in front of him. There were many tall buildings, bright lights, and countless flying vehicles coming and going. There was an endless stream of pedestrians on the streets, and they were all races he did not recognize at all. What is going on here? Kasui was also shocked. He also did not expect it to be like this, with so many people living inside. Han Xiaoxin recalled that in the battle information just now, the mysterious person's name was Supreme Guardian. Was the target of his protection this civilization? Looking back, the two of them were stunned again. They saw that it was not the spatial wall of the secondary dimension but the galaxy that filled the sky like the main universe. Just as the two of them were puzzled, a sudden change occurred. Woo 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 woo. Emergency shelter. Emergency shelter. The entire city suddenly rang with ear-piercing alarms. The ground shook, and the steel surface slid open, revealing the entrances to the shelters. Countless pedestrians and flying vehicles hurriedly flew into the shelters as if they had practiced this thousands of times. At the same time, strangely shaped turrets stretched out from the ground and aimed at the two of them. Hey, we're being treated as invaders. What the hell? Before Han Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly sensed the energy fluctuations of 6 beyond grade as erupting, and his eyes widened. In the distance, 6 figures rose into the sky from all directions of the city and rushed toward the two of them. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao and Kasui looked at each other with the same surprise in their eyes. Including the peak beyond grade A outside, there were at least 7 beyond grade as hiding in this secondary dimension. What kind of place is this? Fortunately, these 6 are only ordinary beyond grade as, so we can still deal with. Kasui suddenly paused halfway through his words, and his expression became extremely strange. What's wrong? Han Xiao saw that his expression was not right and asked. My connection with the void dimension seems to have been cut off. Kasui's eyes widened slightly in shock. Han Xiao frowned and secretly sensed it. He found that he was the same and could not sense the void dimension. He opened the interface to see if he had suffered any abnormal status. However, the status bar was as usual and was not affected by the space interference device. However, when he pulled down to the skill bar, he found something strange. Not only did a large number of talents related to the void dimension turn gray, but even the secondary dimensional army box and dimension factory became frozen and could not be used. What's the situation here? Han Xiao was confused and felt that this secondary dimension had an indescribable strangeness. Chapter 1205. Just as the two of them were surprised, the 6 beyond grade as approached and surrounded them. The one at the front seemed to be the leader, and he spoke loudly. However, neither Han Xiao nor Kasui understood what he was saying. The other party was using an unfamiliar language that was not in the database of the universal translation device. Kasui narrowed his eyes, released his psychic energy to communicate, and pulled Han Xiao into the chat channel. Seeing this scene, the leader on the other side was stunned for a moment, seeming to feel puzzled. Then, he received the mental communication. As soon as it connected, he immediately questioned, "Who are you? Where are you from? Don't you understand the universal language? Where is this?" Kasui asked. The capital of Emperor Tuor Province, a colonial planet under the jurisdiction of the Corpus civilization. I'm the captain of the Emperor Tuor Guardians, Farlight. Please explain your origins and identity immediately. Why did you appear above the city? Answer the question. Hearing this, Han Xiao and Kasui looked at each other and felt the confusion of the other through the mental connection. Corpus civilization? They had never heard of it. Looking at the history of the exploration era, there seemed to be no records. Could this be a civilization born in the secondary dimensions and had never appeared in the main universe? Although they did not know what their technological level was, with 6 beyond grade as overseeing it, they would definitely have a place in the main universe. Seeing that the two of them did not respond, Farlight's tone became heavier. This is the period of martial law in the entire universe. You have violated the ban of the Celestial Star Alliance, visiting the colonial planets of other civilizations without permission and casually displaying your strength. According to the relevant laws, you must immediately disarm, seal your source energy, and accept our investigation. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. They could understand every word of these words, but when they were connected together, the two of them were a little confused. Martial law in the entire universe. Celestial Star Alliance. Source energy. What the hell is all of this? Although they did not understand the meaning of these names, the other party's meaning was clear. It was nothing more than asking them to give up resistance. In this unfamiliar environment, the two of them naturally could not give up on self-preservation and be captured. Kasui still wanted to ask for more information, but seeing that the two of them were indifferent, Farlight's expression darkened. He did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Boom! His aura suddenly exploded, and with a flash of rainbow light, Farlight appeared in front of Kasui as if he had teleported. His fist rumbled and shook the air, producing a thunderous sound. You dare to attack me? Kasui frowned. His speed was even faster. He reached out and placed his hand on the side of Fati's fist. His psychic power flowed, and his body tilted slightly. Then, he casually pushed aside the vigorous martial Dao flames spurting out of Fati's fist and turned into a beam of light that disappeared into the horizon. Then, his movements changed slightly, and a light forward elbow strike landed on Farlight's chest. The highly condensed psychic power was like a needle, pouring into the opponent's body through the area of impact without any wastage. Bang! Due to the explosive force, Farlight was unable to control his body and was sent flying backwards at a speed several times faster than before. He crashed through several tall buildings, leaving behind a large hole that penetrated from the front to the back as he disappeared into the distance. Han Xiao could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yo, you're also a martial artist who can fight hand-to-hand. Don't look down on me. I fought my way out of the void dimension after all. Close combat is also my forte. Kasui swung his arm, his tone casual. Although he was used to squandering the infinite mana provided by the void dimension, before he established the dimensional link, his fighting style had always been very meticulous. Under the premise of not wasting energy, he would cause the greatest damage. As a void creature who had been in the void dimension since young, close combat was not his weakness. Furthermore, he was a peak beyond grade A after all. Just based on his basic attributes, he could compete with an ordinary beyond grade A pugilist, not to mention that he also had the dual attributes of psychic and physical energy. The other 5 beyond grade As seemed to be shocked and let out the same exclamation. Han Xiao did not know what they were talking about. The next moment, the 5 of them rushed up and launched a siege. The various weapons protruding from the city on the ground also opened fire. Boom 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 boom. It was as if fireworks had lit up all over the ground. Densely packed energy rays soared into the sky, and countless light chains lashed out toward the two of them. Oh, these people are so irritable, fighting right above the city. Aren't they afraid that we'll blow up their balls? Han Xiao complained. With a wave of his hand, mechanical force shot out, and the surrounding mechanical troops quickly returned fire, blocking the attacks of the weapons on the ground while tangling with the 5 beyond grade As. The mechanical troops that were fighting the space lice outside the secondary dimension were all brought in by Han Xiao. Although the secondary dimensional army box and the dimension factory could not be opened at this time, and he could not summon more troops, Han Technician was not nervous at all. The weapons of mechanics were all built by themselves, so they could not use the inventory. Thus, they could just use the materials on the ground to make whatever they lacked. There was nothing to panic about. Having a strong hands-on ability, this was how confident he was. Of the 6 opponents, 2 were pugilists, 1 was a mage, and 3 were psychics. They were all ordinary beyond grade as with energy ranks below 52,000 Ona. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, the 5 beyond grade As immediately fell into a disadvantage. Even if Farlight hurried back to the battlefield, he could not reverse the situation and could only bitterly hold on. With the attribute bonus of the level 340 promotion, coupled with the explosive output of legendary battle technique and fearless heart, ordinary beyond grade as would be courting death if they tried to take the attacks head-on. Furthermore, there was another peak beyond grade A Kasui beside him. Facing these ordinary life forms, his psychic power could finally display its full lethality. With the two of them working together, it was really easy to beat up 6 ordinary beyond grade As. However, there were at least 6 of them. Although they were not a match for Han Xiao and Kasui, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for a while. Furthermore, the two of them did not know what was going on here and did not intend to kill anyone for the time being. While using psychic needles to cause the opponents to bleed, Kasui communicated with Han Xiao through the psychic channel. Black Star, we're not in our strongest state right now. There's still a peak beyond grade A outside the secondary dimension. If he joins the battle, the situation will not be good. There's no need for us to continue fighting. Let's leave this place first and ask for more information. That's what I think too. Let me get rid of them. Han Xiao nodded. He was very concerned about the information revealed by these people. Currently, he only wanted to figure out the current situation. With a thought, his mechanical force pulled all the mechanical soldiers together and gathered them together. Clank. The all-powerful mechanical deity descended once again. It extended its arm and grabbed Kasui, sucking him into the body. Then, its thrusters fired, and its huge body rose into the air, quickly approaching outer space. Farlight shouted, as if telling the two of them not to run. He led the 5 beyond grade as and chased after them. Pugilist flames, psychic attacks, and magical waves continuously bombarded the mechanical deity, but they were all blocked by the honeycomb structure psionic shield of the Emperor's robe. Still chasing? These people really don't know what's going on. They lack love. Han Xiao looked down and helplessly raised the celestial punishment edge. The surging psionic energy followed the path of the Getter Hadouken and condensed on the edge of the blade. He then slashed down with the blade, creating a solid blade glow. Screech! The dark blue blade glow tore the sky apart, and the sound of space cracking could be heard. The power of this blade caused the expressions of Farlight and the others to change drastically. They hurriedly used their strongest defensive means to collide with the blade glow. Rumble. Violent energy shockwaves spread out, dispersing the nearby atmosphere and turning it into an area without clouds. Ah! The screams quickly faded away. Farlight and the others were slashed down and smashed into the ground. A large number of tall buildings collapsed. Looking down from outer space, it was as if 6 mushroom clouds made of dust had grown on the surface of the earth. You didn't kill them, did you? Kasui was worried. I haven't used any strength yet. How can such an attack kill them? Han Xiao did not care. Kasui rolled his eyes. He finally understood what was going on. Black Star had clearly improved again, but he was purposely hiding it here. Did he think that he was blind? The mechanical deity turned around and flew across the starry sky, quickly leaving this planet. At this time, Farlight and the others crawled out of the ruins on the ground, all of them injured. Seeing the group of mechanical deities disappear from their sight, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. That slash just now made them feel an extremely terrifying threat to their lives, and they almost thought they were going to die. The few of them looked around and saw that the galactic city they were guarding was already in a mess. Everyone could not help but feel a burst of anger. What do we do now? Someone asked. Those two are supreme experts. They're not people we can deal with, Farlight said angrily. Farlight angrily said, the appearance of these two is too strange. I suspect that they will interfere with the world reboot plan. Immediately report to the Celestial Star Alliance Superpower Security Department and ask them to send a hunting team and issue a universal warrant. Secondary dimensions were strange and had their own rules of operation. However, this secondary dimension's environment was extremely similar to the main universe's. It was also full of stars, seemingly endless. Even in the secondary dimension world, this was an extremely rare situation. Although this dimension was a cosmic environment, the star map of the main universe was not applicable here. After Han Xiao controlled the mechanical deity to leave the planet, He used the parts and materials of the mechanical soldiers to build an astronomical observatory. He drew a star map of the surroundings on the spot and found a meteorite belt, so he made a detour and temporarily stopped there. Very soon, the meteorite belt appeared in front of him. Han Xiao disassembled the mechanical deity and restored the mechanical army to guard the surroundings. He then boarded one of the meteorites with Kasui to discuss the next countermeasures. This secondary dimension is ridiculously large. I don't know where the end is. I can't find the spatial wall of the dimension. What about you? Kasui frowned. Same for me. This is just like a normal universe. Han Xiao spread his hands. Kasui paced and pondered. Could it be that this secondary dimension is actually a giant wormhole that transferred us to an unexplored universe not controlled by the three universal civilizations? Could it be that what we met just now was a civilization in another corner of the universe? I don't think so. Han Xiao shook his head. The connection to the void dimension is broken, and my dimension factory can't be opened. This characteristic doesn't seem like we've returned to the main universe. That's true. Kasui suddenly thought of something. Your dimension factory can't be opened? Then you won't be able to take out the king mechanical suit. Won't we be trapped here? You don't have to worry about that. Han Xiao picked up the compressed orb necklace on his neck, then showed his bracelet and smiled. I'm used to carrying a spare king mechanical suit with me. There are a few sets here, and they can all be teleported to the outside world. Devices such as the space-time stabilization anchor could restrain the secondary dimensional army box, so he naturally would not be unprepared. Some of the more crucial devices would be made into compressed orbs and carried on his body. Then I'm relieved. Kasui heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that he wanted to leave now, but he was worried that there was no way out. Seeing how reliable Han Xiao was, he felt a lot more at ease. By the way, this secondary dimension seems to be completely isolated from the outside world. I can't contact my main artificial intelligence through the quantum network, Han Xiao said. Philip's mainframe was in the base. Ever since entering this secondary dimension, the connection had been cut off. Han Xiao could not connect to the quantum network of the explored universe, so he could only switch to a backup subbody of Philip that he carried with him and use it as a local network. At the same time, he was temporarily unable to lock onto the Lord's avatar in the outside world and could not use Lord's descent to return his consciousness to the outside world. Now that he had opened the quantum network, he could only connect to the quantum network in this secondary dimension. He had tried it during the battle earlier and found that the basic coding language of the quantum network in this dimension was different from the main universe. Just like the virtual mutiny virus, he had to decipher the basic coding first before he could use his various virtual methods. By the way, how's your sensing of the god's trait transformation opportunity? Han Xiao asked curiously. Kasui helplessly said, it's still there, but it's become blurry. The target of my sensing is the entire space, and there's no exact direction. That's not good. Without your sensing guidance, how are we going to find it in such a huge secondary dimension? Han Xiao shook his head. If the sensing was still there, it would be easy. They could just follow the guidance and get the opportunity, and then use the king to escape. But now that there was no direction, it was much more troublesome. We can only look for it slowly. Kasui looked at Han Xiao hopefully. You don't have anything else to do, right? I don't have anything to do. I can accompany you for a while, but if we don't find it after a long time, I can only leave first. Han Xiao shrugged. He did not have to worry about the Players Pro League, and he had a lot of time. Not only did he plan to complete Kasui's mission, but he also planned to obtain some technology here. Back then, the Kundi race's space-time splicing technology was very useful. The civilization in this secondary dimension might have some black technology. By the way, speaking of the players, Han Xiaoxin opened the forums and found that the functions were normal. He could still see the posts of the players. Currently, all kinds of external communication had failed, and the forums had become the only channel to receive information from the outside world. It was reliable. Kasui paced back and forth and pondered. Black Star, what's your plan next? Han Xiao glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, We don't know much about this secondary dimension yet. We still don't know the situation of this secondary dimension. I suggest that we treat it as another universe. We are outsiders, and our priority is to collect information. How about this? Give me some time to decipher the compiled language of the quantum network of this space, then invade the network to collect information. Before that, we need a temporary star map. I'll just draw it, and the astronomical observatory can solve this problem. Also, the danger level of this space is unknown. I have to expand the current mechanical army, find some resource planets to build temporary strongholds, make engineering equipment to collect various materials, and build a new assembly line for explosive troops. Han Xiao explained the plan in detail, and everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Since the dimension factory was frozen, he planned to open a base in this secondary dimension and duplicate a military factory to solve the combat, logistics, detection, concealment, and so on simultaneously. After listening for a long time, Kasui could not help but ask, "Then, what do I need to do?" "You." Han Xiao pinched his chin and sized Kasui up. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with certainty, "Just don't cause trouble." Hearing this, Kasui could not help but smile bitterly. It was no wonder that among the 5 superclasses, the advanced civilizations were most afraid of the mechanic class. This was a mobile interstellar war system. He could not help but be glad that he had brought along a mechanic this time. If he had brought along a pugilist who only knew how to beat people, they could only stare at each other. The pugilist class was indeed weak. In a metal mechanical room, a man with tubes all over his body slowly opened his eyes. He had 2 pairs of green eyes, one big and one small, symmetrically distributed on his left and right sides. A vertical scar ran across the left side of his face, cutting open 2 eyeballs. Half of his face was blind. His breathing was sticky like an old bellows. After a while, a low murmur sounded in the room, vague and unclear. Finally, another outsider has come. This time, it's best if the person is of some use. Chapter 1206. The Karisti civilization has sent an unusual report, claiming that 2 unfamiliar supreme champions have violated the ban and appeared out of thin air in the capital of Emperor Tuor province. After a fierce battle, the 2 fled into the stars and disappeared without a trace. This is the video they recorded. The huge conference room was filled with people, all watching the video on the virtual screen seriously. The video was the scene of Han Xiao and Kasui fighting the guards of Tito province. The video did not last long, and it soon ended with the shocking slash of the mechanical deity. The screen turned black, and the room was silent for a while. Then, discussions broke out. It's confirmed. These 2 are indeed supreme beings. There's no information about them in the archives. Their origins are unknown, their identities are unknown, and their races are unknown. There are no recorded activity reports. That's strange. Even in our superpower security department, with the strength of these 2 people, they should be able to form an independent division. Why are such strong people willing to be lonely and unknown in the past? They've been hiding their existence. It can only be understood that they have big plans. Could it be related to the world reboot plan? Otherwise, why would they jump out at a critical time when the entire universe is under martial law? This matter must be treated seriously. We can't allow any factors that might interfere with the world reboot plan to exist. At this time, an upper echelon who seemed to be a department leader knocked on the table, interrupting everyone's discussion, and said in an unquestionable tone, "This matter will be handed over to the 5th, 7th, and 11th divisions to deal with. Please be sure to capture these 2 people and carefully investigate their origins." In the room, 3 upper echelons of different races stood up and nodded slightly, indicating that they had accepted the mission. The department leader nodded and slowly said, "This is a very special time. We don't have time to chase and escape with them. It's best to end this quickly. I approve the use of the Universal Treasure Positioning Star Map to lock onto their coordinates." Hearing this, everyone present smiled faintly. The Positioning Star Map was an important trump card of their superpower security department. It was a universal treasure whose formation was unknown. A complete star map was stored inside, and as long as the target's information was input, they could locate the target's coordinates in space in real time. All fugitives had nowhere to hide in front of this tool. Several days later, Han Xiao had transformed the underground of a certain gray, desolate planet into a temporary base. Automatic mining devices went deep into the veins to collect all kinds of ores and resources, which were then transported to the material processing and refining area through assembly lines, where they were made into various types of raw materials and then put on the production line. Due to the shortage of materials, Han Xiao had only assembled a portion of the production line for basic machines. Most of them were gathering and assistant machines to expand the initial production capacity. In the central control room of the temporary base, Han Xiao sat in a simple quantum field magnifier, surrounded by densely packed virtual screens. Astonishing streams of data were constantly flashing on them. He had been deciphering the basic quantum network coding language of this space for several days. Kasui was sitting on a metal bench nearby, his head leaning back against the rock wall as he watched Han Xiao work in boredom. He had maintained this posture for a long time. Black Star took care of all the work, and Kasui couldn't help at all. He could only wait by the side for the next few days. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. The deciphering is complete. Kasui was energized, and he quickly sat up straight. So fast. It's okay. Their basic coding language isn't complicated. As long as we find the entry point, the rest is simple. Han Xiao waved his hand. The difficulty of cracking this time was far lower than the virtual mutiny virus. The domino virus was a weapon that contained multiple keys. Without a reference target, he could only keep trying. The goal this time was the basic quantum network coding, which had many similarities with the quantum network of the main universe. Moreover, it was open source, so there were many references. Han Xiao had also obtained Virtual Technology Innovation Manison, which greatly enhanced his virtual technology, making cracking it even easier. Now that the deciphering was complete, his virtual technology methods could be used normally here. Then what are you waiting for? Use your invincible virtual intrusion to collect information. Kasui could not wait. Okay. Han Xiao nodded, closed his eyes, and sank into the quantum network vision to collect information on this space on a large scale. Kasui paced back and forth more than 10 times before he finally saw Han Xiao open his eyes again. He immediately asked, "How is it? What did you find?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's expression became extremely strange. He took a deep breath, and the next moment, he suddenly burst out, grabbed Kasui's neck with both hands, and shook him repeatedly while gnashing his teeth. "Damn you! Where the hell did you bring me to?" Kasui's head was shaken so hard that it left after images. What do you mean? See for yourself." Han Xiao released his hand, opened a virtual screen, and displayed all the information he had collected. Kasui hurriedly went forward to browse, and his eyes slowly widened. Disbelief gradually appeared on his face. How is this possible? Kasui subconsciously took 2 steps back, his face full of disbelief. This information was not top secret, and it was the basic information that Han Xiao had collected. However, the content exceeded their expectations. The area of this secondary dimension was actually vaster than the explored universe. There were a total of 33 star fields, 600 to 700 star clusters, and countless civilizations at all levels. The universe was ruled by a top civilization alliance called the Celestial Star Alliance. Just from the introduction, it was obviously stronger than the 3 universal civilizations, and its history was even longer. Even the oldest of the 3 universal civilizations was only a fraction of the Celestial Star Alliance's civilization. There were also 5 supersystems here: machinery, psychic, pugilist, esper, and magic. However, they called energy origin energy, and the names for each grade were completely different. The Saint grade they called corresponded to the Beyond grade A, and the Supreme grade corresponded to the Peak Beyond grade A. In terms of individual strength, this secondary dimension was also unbelievably strong. According to the data, there were nearly 10,000 Saint grade experts recorded in the universe. The number of Beyond grade as was close to 10,000, and there were more than 100 peak beyond grade as. The first reaction of the two was that it was impossible. What kind of concept was this? Although the lifespan of a beyond grade A was long, most of them would still die of old age. To accumulate nearly 10,000 living beyond grade as, how long had this secondary dimension existed? The two originally thought that this secondary dimension was at most a secondary dimension universe that had coincidentally developed, but they did not expect that there seemed to be a civilization many times stronger than the three universal civilizations. Black Star, are you joking with me? You made this information up, right? Kasui was shocked. Why would I joke with you at a time like this? This information was all taken from the internet. It's all the most basic information. Han Xiao frowned. When he first saw this information online, he also doubted its authenticity. However, after repeated confirmation, he found that it was all true. Could this secondary dimension really be a place stronger than the explored universe? The Celestial Star Alliance was even stronger than the three universal civilizations. This was too exaggerated. There was actually such a monster in the secondary dimension? Or was this really an unexplored area of the main universe? Then, what did Kasui and Manison do when they came here in his previous life? How did they get back? Han Xiao's brain worked quickly. The information in his previous life was limited, so he did not know what was going on. Kasui had yet to recover from his shock and muttered to himself, if the civilization in this secondary dimension runs out, then, hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he hurriedly went online again, intending to search for this universe's views on the secondary dimensions. If the Celestial Star Alliance really existed in the secondary dimensions, then it was impossible that they had not explored the outside world. Very soon, Han Xiao found what he was looking for. However, the result of the search shocked him once again. There were no secondary dimensions in this universe. There was no division between the main universe and the secondary dimension. What they had was a single universe, and they could not explore any outside world at all. They knew nothing about the space lice and the Supreme Guardian outside the secondary dimensions. Strange. Too strange. Han Xiao's curiosity grew stronger. By the way, when we first came in, those 6 beyond grade seemed to have said something about the entire universe being under martial law. Let's see what's going on. As he thought of this, Han Xiao hurriedly typed in the keywords and searched on the internet. Very soon, his view was filled with a term. World Reboot Plan. The announcement said that this was a universal-level plan carried out by the Celestial Star Alliance. This was a special insurance measure to prevent an unsolvable disaster in the future. The information Han Xiao found was all announcements and news, so he could only understand the general idea. It seemed that the Celestial Star Alliance was using a new information form technology to copy the information of the entire universe and use it as a Tinder library. If an unsolvable disaster occurred in the future, the Tinder library would be used as a blueprint to reboot the world. The copying process was a period of martial law in the entire universe. The Celestial Star Alliance requested everyone to stay in one place and not move around to prevent interfering with the construction of the Tinder library. Therefore, the interstellar space was quite deserted, and there were almost no spaceships to be seen. As for the specific details of the plan, the Celestial Star Alliance did not disclose it to the public, so Han Xiao did not know. Why do I feel that this plan is not the so-called insurance? Han Xiao muttered to himself. Seeing that Kasui was still in a daze, he went up and knocked him on the head. What do we do now? The size of this space is far beyond our imagination, and your senses are no longer working. You might not be able to find your so-called opportunity even if you spend a few hundred years. In his opinion, this should be the difficulty of the mission represented by the 4,500 billion experience points. Kasui came back to his senses. His expression was uncertain, and he did not speak for a while. Seeing his reaction, Han Xiaoshan sighed. He was fine. After all, his growth system was different, and he knew about the existence of the world tree. Therefore, although he was shocked, he did not have any other emotions. However, Old Ku was different. He had spent countless years and finally reached the peak of the explored universe, only to suddenly discover that there was always someone stronger. There were actually hundreds of people at the same level as him. It was normal for his mentality to have problems. Han Xiao thought for a while before comforting him. Old Ku, don't be depressed. This secondary dimension has existed for who knows how long. The number of beyond grade as has been accumulated over many years. There's nothing to be envious of. If you want to be jealous, you might as well be jealous of me. I only spent a few decades to surpass your hundreds and thousands of years of accumulation. How hateful do you think it is? Kasui. Are you really comforting me? I have a curse, but I don't know if I should say it. Looking at Kasui's constipated expression, Han Xiao was about to continue comforting him when his artificial intelligence suddenly sounded. Beep beep. You have received a new message. Hey, who could it be at this time? Halfway through his sentence, Han Xiao suddenly realized what was going on. That's right, no one here knows my communication method. Who can contact me? Han Xiao's expression changed slightly. He opened the quantum network and found that he had received a message out of nowhere. The sender was a bunch of random codes. He operated it for a while, but he was unable to trace the source of the message. The other party did not leave any clues, as though they had appeared out of thin air. He frowned and opened the message, finding that it contained a set of complicated mechanic blueprints and a short message. Learn this technology as soon as possible, or you will have nowhere to run. If you can get rid of the pursuers, go to a place and wait. I will contact you again. The coordinates are as follows. Who is this? Han Xiao wanted to communicate with the other party, but there was no path and he could not reply. He could only turn around and browse through the blueprints sent by the mysterious person. There was a strange instrument recorded on it that seemed to have some kind of special stealth function. He did not know what kind of detection device it was used to guard against. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. From the strange Supreme Guardian outside the secondary dimension at the beginning, to the unexpectedly strong Celestial Star Alliance, and now to the mysterious person who had inexplicably contacted him, things were getting more and more confusing. It was as if he had been involved in an unknown storm. He decided to stay and explore, not only to help Kasui or to collect technology, but also to find out the truth of this space. Otherwise, not only him, but the entire explored universe would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. However, since entering this secondary dimension, the situation was not under his control. He lacked information and could only see what was on the surface. He did not know who to trust. Ding! At this moment, a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the S-grade hidden mission, Relay Across Iterations. This mission is a chain mission. You are currently in the first round. Requirements for the first round: get rid of the pursuers and successfully meet up with the mysterious person who sent the message. Failure condition: death of the mysterious person. Reward: 1 billion EXP, start of the next round of the mission. Warning: this mission may have unpredictable effects. Please choose carefully. Chapter 1207. This mission, Han Xiaoshan was shocked. It was a grade S hidden mission, and a chain mission at that. The experience reward from the first round was already comparable to old Manison's. The overall difficulty was probably through the roof. In a situation where there was a lack of intelligence, the mission guide was one of the few reliable sources of information. The name of this mission was especially intriguing. In any case, this mysterious person took the initiative to contact me. He seems to have some special information in his hands, so I definitely have to meet him. As for the hunting team in the mission guide, Han Xiao's eyes flickered. When he was chatting online, he found out that the Celestial Star Alliance's Superpower Security Department had issued a bounty for 2 people. The bounty was 300 million units of the common currency, and the name was different from the Anas of the main universe. His whereabouts had been hidden for the past few days, and he had not encountered any alarms or detection devices. He had been hiding on a desolate planet to open a base. Logically speaking, it should have been difficult for others to discover his location. However, the mission guide and the mysterious person's message seemed to conclude that the pursuers would definitely be able to find him. Thinking of the strange concealment device left behind by the mysterious person, Han Xiao guessed that the pursuers might have a precise long-range positioning method, including but not limited to prophecies, technological means, universal treasures, and so on. The mysterious person sent this blueprint but did not explain in detail what methods the pursuers have. It feels more like a test. Han Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. He definitely had to study this technology, but he did not plan to use it immediately. He wanted to see if he would definitely be found by the pursuers. If it was confirmed, he would then use this device to verify if this device really had a targeted concealment effect. As a mechanic, he trusted the results of the experiment more. On the other hand, Han Xiao also wanted to contact the pursuers and obtain more information from them. Of course, although he was confident in his own strength, he would still set up insurance measures to stabilize the situation. Currently, the two of them were unregistered and did not even have an account in the Galactic Bank, let alone the common currency here. They had fallen from being rich in the universe to being extremely poor. Han Xiao could only collect resources himself. For the time being, he could not gather the materials to build a new king mechanical suit, so he could only use the spare king that he carried with him. Some of the thrones had already been set up at different coordinates in the main universe to act as fixed-point teleportation devices. The other backup king mecha was complete and was used as a tool for positioning at any time. Having been in the universe for so many years, and with Old Man Ison as his role model, Han Xiao was well aware of the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. A few days ago, he had ordered a group of mechanical troops to disperse with different thrones and find a suitable location to set up an escape route. The biggest problem was not his personal safety but his mech legion. Because his secondary dimensional army box was frozen, he could only use traditional methods to transport his troops, which severely affected his mobility. If he teleported away, the mech legion would remain where it was and could not be retrieved. Logically speaking, since there were no secondary dimensions here, all mechanics should be the same. However, he found out on the internet that although there were 5 supersystems here, due to the lack of secondary dimensions, some of the class skills seemed to be slightly different from those in the main universe. For example, the Beyond Grade A mechanics here still had the ability to summon a mech legion on a large scale. It was just that he had never fought against them before, so he could not see the battle information. Thus, Han Xiao did not know how it worked. Just these technologies alone are already worth the price of the ticket. Han Xiao was extremely excited. The way he saw it, this was a huge material library with countless new technologies. There were also different development directions for the class skills. These were all extremely precious resources. In his previous life, Man Ison had probably learned a lot of new skills when he came here, further improving his foundation. But now, this rare learning opportunity had been snatched away by him. Rest in peace, Old Man Ison. I will learn well for you. Han Xiao's face was solemn. At this time, Kasui finally recovered from Han Xiao's comforting blow. Seeing this, Han Xiao explained the situation and his plan. Kasui's face was filled with surprise. In the end, he could not help but ask, "You mean, we have to wait for the pursuers to come and negotiate, and we might have to fight them?" "That's right. This is to obtain more information. Don't be scared by the number of beyond grade as here. I've checked the cases of the Super's security department over the years. Most of the time, there are only 3 to 5 beyond grade as in a team. They won't come with dozens or hundreds of people. The area they are responsible for is very large, and their manpower is limited. Plus, I've already arranged an escape route," Han Xiao said. Old Kasui was his only companion at the moment. It could be said that they depended on each other and could only advance and retreat together. Although he did not have unlimited mana, he was still a peak beyond grade A and would be a powerful help. "Alright, then don't disturb me during this time. I'll prepare a trump card and try to heavily injure a peak beyond grade A the moment we fight," Kasui said solemnly. Han Xiao was shocked. He sized him up and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have such an ability." Kasui rolled his eyes. "Who are you looking down on? At our level, who doesn't have 1 or 2 trump cards? When I was roaming the universe, your great-grandfather wasn't even born yet." In the dark universe, a wormhole suddenly opened, and 3 hyperdrive streams of light shot out. They were 3 special spaceships belonging to the Super Security Department, a special pursuit team led by 3 Supreme Secretaries. The positioning star map of the headquarters shows that the 2 targets have been staying on the target planet and have not left for the past few days. We still don't know the intentions of these 2 people. Don't let your guard down. Milton stood in front of the porthole, listening to the voice in the communication channel. His expression was serious, and his entire person exuded a serious aura. He was the secretary of the 5th Division of the Super Security Department and the temporary captain of this special pursuit team. The establishment of a division was 1 Supreme Secretary, 4 Saint Body Deputy Secretaries, and a large number of middle-level officers. Milton brought 2 Deputy Secretaries with him this time, and the other 2 secretaries had the same configuration. Therefore, there were 3 Supremes and 6 Saint Bodies in the team, making a total of 9 people. Due to the lack of data on the target's strength, in order to end the battle quickly, the Super Security Department equipped the 9 people with special combat suits, including mechanical suits, close combat suits, long-range suits, and confinement devices, all of which were of gold quality. Relying on these special equipment, the members of the Super Security Department had an innate advantage against experts of the same level. The opponent was only 2 supreme beings, while he had a total of 9 people on his side. With the support of equipment, Milton felt that this operation would be easy. He looked at the wanted posters of Han Xiao and Kasui on the virtual screen and whispered to himself, "What era is it now? There are still people who dare to openly violate the universe-level ban of the Celestial Star Alliance, trying to do whatever they want with strength. Do they still think it's the past? The good times have long passed." Time passed quickly, and another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao had been in seclusion studying the blueprint provided by the mysterious man. The difficulty of making it was not high, but the principle was quite difficult to understand. There were some parts that he did not understand, and he did not know what the effect would be when combined. After a few days of research, there was no progress. Han Xiao felt that he might be lacking key theoretical knowledge or abilities, so he simply stopped his research and tried to make the device according to the blueprint. The result was very smooth. Although he did not understand the principle, it did not prevent him from using his mechanical manufacturing ability to copy the blueprint without any errors. 10 palm-sized green-gold metal pieces lay quietly on the workbench. They looked quite smooth, but when Han Xiao used his fingers to trace them, he could feel the dense lines on them. Countless nanoscale energy circuits were engraved on the surface. Han Xiao picked up a metal piece and played with it carefully. Traces of electric arcs jumped, and his perception went deep into the metal piece, feeling the structure inside. The manual says that as long as the concealment effect is activated, objects within a range will be able to escape tracking. The more energy input, the larger the range. Han Xiaoshan was a little doubtful. He knew the blueprints of many concealment devices, but he could not see the principle of how this thing worked. Even the interface did not give a detailed introduction. It only called it a special concealment device, saying that it would only work under certain conditions, but it did not say what the conditions were. Just as he was about to study it further, his expression suddenly changed, and he sensed something unexpected. Some of the space detection buoys around this planet had been destroyed, and the enemy was approaching. They really found us. Han Xiao paused, narrowed his eyes, put away the 10 concealment devices, and left the base with his mechanical army, coming to the surface. Hoo. Not long after, 3 spaceships appeared outside the atmosphere. 9 figures descended from the sky and landed on the wasteland not far in front of Han Xiao, surrounding him in a fan-shaped circle. None of them hid their energy fluctuations. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, showing an expected expression. 9 beyond grade as, 3 of which were peak beyond grade as. This was not a small lineup, and their overall combat strength was even higher than the level of the rescue battle of Hyla. Furthermore, this group of people would not go easy like Kasui did back then. If they really fought, there would not be any shortcuts. He also discovered that the equipment on this group of people seemed to be extraordinary, not like ordinary goods. The 2 sides faced each other from a distance, sizing each other up, but neither side attacked immediately. Milton looked around and asked casually, Where's your partner? Since you can come here, how can you not know where he is? Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed. In the past few days, he had specially taken some time to learn the galactic language on the internet. Now, communication was no longer a problem. Milton looked down at his feet, nodded, and said in a businesslike tone, "I advise you not to resist. I advise you not to have any thoughts of resistance. Obediently put on the origin energy sealing device and come with us. Explain your origins, abilities, and reasons for violating the ban. Conduct a public review and serve 5 to 10 years in prison. After completing this, you can regain your freedom. The punishment is still very light, so there's no need to increase your crimes." Han Xiao did not comment and suddenly asked, "May I know your identities?" "You don't know us." Milton frowned. "I'm Milton, the 5th Division Director of the Superpower Security Department. These two are my assistants." He briefly introduced the identities of the 9 people and then asked about Han Xiao's identity. "What are your names?" "You can call me Black Star. As for my partner, you can call him Kasuzi. Call me Void Overlord." As soon as he said that, Kasui appeared beside Han Xiao and corrected him with dissatisfaction. "You can call me whatever you want." Milton did not care. He took out 2 mechanical devices similar to collars and threw them in front of the 2 of them. "Quickly put on the origin energy confinement device and come back with us." Han Xiao pondered for a while and said, "I think we have a better choice. My friend and I have been in seclusion and don't know about the so-called ban. We're not deliberately causing trouble. Maybe there's still room for negotiation. For example, if we're willing to join the Superpower Security Department, can you inform your superiors?" In his opinion, he and Kasui did not commit any major crimes. With their strength, they should still be able to enjoy this treatment. Milton, however, did not buy it at all. He said in a deep voice, "I'm informing you now, not negotiating with you. If you have anything to say, come back with us. And regardless of whether what you said is true or not, don't think that you can escape punishment like this. Even if you're willing to join us, you still have to serve your sentence. Even if you're a supreme, as long as the stain is not removed, we won't accept you." Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly. He was not saying this to beat around the bush. He did not intend to be restricted by the mission. Cooperating with the Celestial Star Alliance was not a bad choice. Furthermore, Kasui's mission was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If he could get the help of the Celestial Star Alliance, it would be much more convenient. There were 2 ways to cooperate. One was to reveal his identity as an outsider, and the other was to pretend to be a local. Obviously, Han Xiao could not choose the former. Before things became clear, he would never reveal any information about the 3 universal civilizations. Otherwise, it would be bad if he attracted their attention. He would be no different from a traitor. Therefore, Han Xiao could only choose to pretend to be a local and join the Superpower Security Department. Originally, he felt that with his and Kasui's strength, the other party had no reason to not accept them. The small violation of the ban could be written off. However, the strong people here did not seem to have much prestige. 2 pinnacle beyond grade as had taken the initiative to offer themselves, yet they did not want them. This should not be. There were nearly 10,000 beyond grade as here. This was an extremely strong force, but the advanced civilizations did not seem to have any plans to stabilize them. It should be known that the strong enjoyed higher privileges and better treatment. But now, it felt like they were treating everyone the same. Were they not afraid of intensifying conflicts? Han Xiao could not bring the origin energy restraining device to the Superpower Security Department's headquarters. That would be tantamount to handing over the power of life and death to the other party. No room for discussion? Milton pointed at the 2 sets of origin energy restraining devices on the ground. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Boom. At this moment, an extremely condensed and violent psychic energy suddenly shot out from the side. It was the trump card that Kasui had been holding back for a few days. Boom. Milton suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His eyeballs bulged, and blood burst out from his mouth and nose. His entire body was blasted away, turning into a meteor and disappearing into the distance. Han Xiao turned his head and saw that Kasui's psychic energy was surging, and he had already rushed out. He glanced back in annoyance. "What are you waiting for? Do it." Chapter 1208. The Void Race talent was an important part of Kasui's combat strength. Now that most of these talents were frozen, his combat strength was far from its peak, and all his attributes had decreased. Thus, he did not hold back at all in this attack. This trump card that had been brewing for several days was an explosive skill of Kasui's. Its mechanism was similar to his own, charge endless potential. During the accumulation period, Kasui could not use his psychic energy. He needed to compress it in his brain and continuously replenish it with the energy generated by his cells, just like a reservoir. Then, he used his mental power to seal the floodgates. It was like a dam that would only be opened when facing an enemy. The flood would shoot out in one go, and it would flow out for thousands of miles. It was like curing constipation for many days, and it had an extremely high attack coefficient. Not only did this attack deal high damage, but it also had various negative mental attributes. It could make the opponent enter the weakened soul state, causing all their attributes to decrease. Depending on the target's strength, this effect would last for hours to years. Milton was suddenly heavily injured, and his aura instantly weakened. He could only display a portion of his strength. Kasui had come prepared, and under his calculations, he had weakened the other party's overall combat strength. As the irascible Kasui sent the other party's leader flying, the other 8 people flew into a rage and immediately counterattacked. All kinds of beyond grade A attacks smashed toward Kasui. Pugilist flames, magic, energy cannons, and Esper abilities. Seeing this, Han Xiao sighed. His body flashed, and he stood in front of Kasui. When we first formed the team, we had agreed that he was mainly here to be a meat shield. How could Kasui's delicate body withstand the ravaging of 8 strong men? He still had to rely on me, this field that can't be plowed, to be the main tank. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the next moment, the tyrannical attacks of the 8 people all landed on him. Rumble. All kinds of energy erupted, instantly expanding into a huge ball of light. The ground collapsed, and matter was annihilated and evaporated. The entire planet was like a fruit that had a piece of it bitten off. A huge ring-shaped pit appeared in the field. It was extremely deep and wide, and the temporary underground base naturally collapsed. However, when they were talking earlier, Han Xiao had already quietly ordered the troops to move, so what was destroyed was only an empty shell. As the dust settled, Han Xiao was still floating in the air. He casually patted the dust off his body and said, "This strength is not enough, you guys need to practice more." The 8 people who were preparing to take advantage of the situation to attack were stunned in place, their faces filled with disbelief. When they saw that their opponent had been hit by 8 people's concentrated fire, they thought that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At the very least, he would be in a sorry state and show some flaws. But they never expected that this guy named Blackstar would take a round of concentrated fire head-on, and in the end, he looked like nothing had happened. He was practically unscathed. How was that possible? Didn't the information say that this guy was a mechanic? They couldn't be blamed for being shocked. They had already explored the universe and understood Han Xiao's abilities, but this was the first time they had seen an indestructible body. Most of them had the same reaction. While the 8 of them were distracted, Kasui's actions did not stop at all. After using Blackstar as a shield to block the concentrated fire, his psychic energy poured out like a torrential flood, unleashing an AoE effect. It instantly slashed into the mental worlds of the 8 people, dealing tons of mental damage. 3 of the Saint-grade supers with slightly weaker mental strength were also blown away. He was already used to Blackstar's tankiness and was not surprised at all. Naturally, he would not let go of this fleeting opportunity and immediately launched a fierce attack on the enemy's weakness. At this time, Han Xiao also released his mechanical force to control the mechanical army. The mechanical soldiers swam around like a flock of crows, constantly firing. The huge lethality made the enemies feel helpless and in danger. Furthermore, There was a milestone that Han Xiao did not expect to come into play at this time. Civilization leader assassin, that Lethair had brought. The defense and various resistances of the enemies were reduced by another 3 to 7%, making them even more fragile. I didn't expect this ability to come in handy now that I've really become a wanted criminal. Han Xiao was helpless. The process of the two sides fighting seemed quite long, but with the speed of a beyond grade A, from the negotiation to the start of the battle, only a few seconds had passed. A fierce battle broke out instantly. Although Milton's group of 9 had the advantage in numbers and overall combat strength, because they lost the initiative at the beginning, they did not gain any advantage in the hands of Han Xiao and Kasui. However, they still had a standard gold suit, so their disadvantage was not too great. The two sides were evenly matched. I feel that the strength of these people seems to be a little weaker. Han Xiao multitasked and looked at the combat information on the interface. These 3 Supreme Supers were equivalent to peak beyond grade as, but it did not mean that all 3 of them had extremely high levels of God's trait transformation. In fact, only Milton had activated the God's trait transformation route. Back then, when he advanced to level 300, his energy rank was around 70,000, and he had entered the pinnacle beyond grade A realm. It was only when his energy rank exceeded 70,000 and his energy rank exceeded LV21 that the God's trait transformation began. There was a threshold, and not all pinnacle beyond grade as had the God's trait transformation. Although Han Xiao did not know Kasui's energy rank, he estimated it to be above 90,000, with at least 10 levels of God's trait transformation. As for the strongest opponent, Milton, his energy rank was only close to 80,000. Although the other side had one more peak beyond grade A, their combat strength advantage was actually not as high as imagined. As for the other 6 Saint grade supers, Han Xiao also took a look. There were only 2 S+ grade supers whose energy ranks exceeded 52,000, and the other 4 were stinky little brothers whose energy ranks were between 44,000 and 44,000. The quantity is quite scary, but the quality, Han Xiao shook his head. Thinking about it, he and Kasui were experts who stood at the peak of the explored universe, even among peak beyond grade as. There was no need to belittle themselves. Of course, the Celestial Star Alliance had close to 10,000 beyond grade as, so there should be people who could be compared to the two of them. However, not to mention whether people of this level would work for the Superpower Security Department, even if they did have such experts, they would not casually send them out. After all, the two of them had not shown much strength before. Perhaps in the eyes of the Superpower Security Department, sending out 9 beyond grade as was already overkill. Who? A Saint grade pugilist rushed to the front, raised his gold grade blood-red saber, and stabbed toward Han Xiao's eyes. Han Xiao did not panic and easily dodged. The flaming saber light illuminated his eyes, which were filled with nostalgia. How many years has it been? Finally, someone is going to attack my face again. I've almost forgotten what it feels like. He even had the leisure to size up the other party. Then, he threw a backhand punch, leaving after images behind. His powerful strength and dexterity attributes made his attack speed even faster than the other party, a professional pugilist. Boom! The powerful punch landed squarely on the man's face. It was as if a symphony had been played in the man's head. Gongs, drums, and accordions rang out at the same time. Like a baseball that had been hit by a bat, the man flew out of Han Xiao's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded lightly. It seems like even here, the life of a pugilist is still difficult. After fighting for a while, Han Xiao could basically conclude that this hunting team could not pose a substantial threat. Thus, he had more leisure to observe his opponents and collect information. The other party had 9 people, 2 espers, 3 pugilists, 2 mags, 1 mechanic, and 1 psychic. The configuration of the team was relatively complete, having all 5 systems. Han Xiao mainly observed the only mechanic on the other side, who was a supreme being. Because there were no secondary dimensions here, some of the professional abilities of the 5 systems had undergone corresponding changes. Although there were some alternative abilities, overall, the strength of these abilities was not as strong as the main universe. For example, Some special energy that was born in the secondary dimensions could not be controlled by the people here. Without a secondary dimensional army box, Han Xiao was curious about how the mechanics here could summon an army on a large scale. After careful observation, coupled with the information given by the combat information, he quickly understood the other party's methods. First, they innovated the compressed orb technology, creating a special mechanical force resonance change. Then, they used an ability similar to apostolization to give the mechanical force new characteristics and change a part of the cells, transforming the body into an army box. The machines in the compressed orb state can be further compressed and absorbed into the body through the support of mechanical force, similar to the secondary dimensional army box. However, this ability has a limit, just like apostolization. The more machines stored in the body, the higher the load, and it will reduce the upper limit of the user's life force and energy. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. This was a feasible method, and the idea could not be said to be novel, but it had its merits. The main thing was that the mechanical force conversion technique was very complicated, and it should be an ability that was automatically generated during the promotion or class advancement. However, due to the subtle difference between the two systems here and in the explored universe, the abilities generated during the class advancement were also not the same. It was similar to the situation of different branches of the same system. In comparison, the secondary dimensional army box and dimension factory were much better. There was no load, and there was no upper limit to the number of troops stored. However, there was also an advantage to storing troops in the body, which was that they would not be affected by the space stabilizer. However, understanding the other party's method did not mean that he had deciphered the principle. Han Xiao was still unable to learn this technique. The two sides fought fiercely without any scruples. The planet was quickly crushed into dust in the universe, and the battlefield changed to space. Han Xiao was busy observing when Kasui's voice sounded in his mind. "Black Star, why aren't you activating your mechanical deity? Hurry up and kill one or two of them first. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it good to be in a stalemate now? Let me gather more information." "I'm out of energy," Kasui said. "You want to play me?" This thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind subconsciously. However, he immediately realized, the other party might really be out of mana this time. Of course, the battle had only started for a short while. Kasui saying that he was out of mana was just an exaggeration. He could still last for a long time. However, from a long-term perspective, his mana recovery method was limited, and he could not last as long as 9 people. If they fought a war of attrition, he would definitely slowly fall into a disadvantage. Therefore, he did not want Han Xiao to continue slacking. He planned to take advantage of his good state to get some results first and cut off the enemy's wings. "Okay, since you asked for it," Han Xiao did not mind and was about to activate his mechanical deity to go all out. However, at this moment, something happened. Milton and the others suddenly stopped attacking and quickly retreated. Complicated and exquisite blue magic patterns lit up on their mechanical suits. Swoosh! In the next moment, the 9 figures flew into the sky and vanished without a trace. Han Xiao paused and immediately scanned the surroundings with his senses, but he did not find any targets. Kasui also stopped and used his psychic power to scan the surroundings, but he found nothing. The 9 experts who came to hunt him seemed to have suddenly used teleportation magic runes to escape. The 2 of them looked at each other, confused. There was only one thought in their minds: that's it. They didn't really escape, did they? Han Technician was dumbfounded. "No, I didn't use any strength. There were no casualties on the other side, and they basically had full combat power. They only fell into a slight disadvantage, but they actually ran away decisively. Are they that cowardly? Could it be that the beyond grade as here are the legendary ones who only know how to fight when the wind is blowing and only know how to fight when the wind is blowing?" Kasui opened his mouth and was a little speechless. When this group of pursuers came, they were very aggressive. He thought that they would not give up until they achieved their goal. He did not expect them to be so skilled in escaping. They came and left in a hurry. They did not even say a word of threat. Their efficiency was unmatched. "Black Star, do we chase after them? I'm a mechanic, not a mage. Locating the location of teleportation spells is not my strength. Besides, they're retreating strategically, and their people are intact. It's a little too arrogant for us to chase after them. What do we do now? Forget it. They've run away anyway. It's a good time to test the effect of this concealment device. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He took out the green-gold metal plate and injected energy to activate it. He carefully sensed it but did not feel any changes. He could only keep it on his body and keep it in the activated state. He had obtained all the information he needed, and it was confirmed that the cooperation plan with the Superpower Security Department would not work. Now, he could only choose to look for the mysterious man. The two of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield and did not stay for long. They immediately left the scene and headed to the location agreed upon by the mysterious man. On the other side, in a certain space far away from the battlefield, 9 rays of light flashed, and Milton and the others teleported over. After taking a deep breath, Milton endured the continuous needle-like pain in his brain and spoke in the team communication channel. There was an error in the department's judgment. The target this time is shockingly strong. He's one of the best even among the supreme grades, especially that one called Black Star. He has an incredible recovery ability, and our attacks barely pose a threat to his life. With just the 9 of us, the success rate of capturing him is too low. Ask for help from headquarters. Understood. The others nodded. Although they could still continue to fight, they felt that there was no need. After the fight just now, they had already realized that they might not be able to catch the target with just this number of people, so they decisively retreated and prepared to call for backup without any delay. The departmental culture of the Superpower Security Department did not advocate showing off. Since they were evenly matched, they could just come back and call for help. Using force was simply a waste of time. Not only was the success rate low, but there was also the risk of sacrifice. The loss outweighed the gain. So what if the enemy is strong? We have more people, so what we're playing is a role in numbers. 9 is not enough. Then we'll double the number of pursuers. Double is not enough. Then we'll double it. I don't believe you can hold on forever. Anyway, we're a law enforcement department. There's no need to talk about morality with wanted criminals. We only care about the success rate. The members of the Superpower Security Department had always done this, and the basis for this approach was the existence of the positioning star map. Anyway, no matter where the target was, the positioning star map could lock onto them again at any time, so there was no need to worry about the target running away. There was plenty of time to deploy troops. However, at this time, before they could contact the headquarters suddenly sent an emergency communication request. Milton picked up the call and saw the face of the department leader appear on the built-in screen of the mechanical suit. His expression was solemn, with a hint of anger. "What did you do to those 2 fugitives?" the department leader asked. Milton did not know where the leader's anger came from, so he honestly said, "We just fought a little." The team unanimously agreed that they couldn't catch the target, so they strategically retreated and decided to call for backup. What happened? I want to know what happened. The department leader's face was ashen, and he shouted, "Just now, the positioning star map suddenly lost the location of those 2 people. The targets disappeared into thin air, and we can't find them anymore." Milton's eyes widened in shock. "We just retreated, and the positioning star map lost its effect. How is that possible? What did those 2 people do?" His confident attitude was instantly disrupted. From a big boss to a Wulin Alliance leader, by Xiaolu Ting Fengyun. If you're interested, please take a look. Introduction: Wandering the world, wandering the world. Even after reaching the end, you still can't see what the world is like. Chapter 1209. Planet Yaldank was a rather prosperous galactic neutral port. The composition of the people coming and going was complicated. There were passing business groups, galactic wanted criminals, private armed forces, and all sorts of people. On the bustling street, 2 tall men were leisurely strolling through the streets. They would occasionally walk into the roadside shops and look left and right. The two of them were Han Xiao and Kasui, who had disguised themselves to a certain extent. It had been more than half a month since the last battle with Milton's team. Han Xiao had brought Kasui to planet Yuldank according to the coordinates left by the mysterious man. They had been there for a few days, waiting for the mysterious man to contact them again, but there had been no news. It's been 5 or 6 days. Why hasn't the mysterious man you mentioned appeared yet? Oh, right, I want this. Thank you. In a self-service food shop, Kasui stood in front of a self-service vending machine and pointed at a bottle of green canned alcoholic drink. He should be observing if we've shaken off the pursuers. Han Xiao shrugged and hacked the entire shop with virtual intrusion. The next second, 2 cans of drinks popped out of the vending machine, skipping the payment process. The two of them were unregistered and did not even have an account, so they naturally had no money. He could only use virtual intrusion to escape the bill. With his standard, he would not leave any clues. Sigh, how many years has it been since I've been so poor? To think that I have to drink this kind of industrialized inferior drink. Kasui pulled open the tab and elegantly took a sip of the light green liquor. We'll be fine even if we don't eat for 10 years. I think you're just greedy. Han Xiao was not in a good mood. He finished the drink in one gulp and threw the empty can into the garbage disposal box next to him. The two of them stayed on this planet for a few days and had nothing to do. Thus, they wandered around and experienced the local customs. At first, the two of them were still on guard against the pursuers, but the enemy did not come to them again. It was preliminary proof that the stealth device given by the mysterious man was useful. Just as they were chatting casually, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the virtual screen in the shop, attracting the attention of the two of them. Urgent news. The Celestial Star Alliance Superpower Security Department has issued 2 new arrest warrants. The contents are as follows: Bounty Target, Black Star, Supreme Mechanic. Bounty, 18,000 star coins. Bounty Target, Kukezi, Supreme Psychic. Bounty, 16 trillion star coins. These 2 wanted criminals have committed crimes together and are extremely dangerous. They have successfully repelled the pursuit team of the Ministry of State Security. If you discover their whereabouts, please report immediately. The contact information is. Seeing this news, Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Oh, the bounty has been raised again. It seems that they really can't find us. Kasui was speechless. Every time he saw his name on the bounty, he would be furious. No matter how you look at it, the title of Void Overlord is more suitable for a top expert like me. Why did these idiots ignore what I said and take Black Star's words as the truth? By the way, speaking of fugitives, I checked online yesterday. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Our combined bounties are ranked second among all the fugitives currently on the run. That's second place. We didn't do anything heinous, did we? Kasui frowned. And this bounty shouldn't be high. Are there no more ferocious criminals here? I don't think so. The Celestial Star Alliance was in chaos many years ago, but security is very good now. Most of the beyond grade as here are obedient babies. The two of us are considered outliers. Han Xiao shrugged. Then who's the number 1 wanted criminal? An organization called Eye of Insight. The bounty is as high as 600,000 star coins, but there's no criminal record online. Han Xiao shook his head. The two of them walked out of the shop, chatting while shopping. After walking for a while, they suddenly found a shop that was very lively. They walked in curiously to take a look. The inside was a bit like a large board game center, but everyone was playing the same game. This was a card game called 10,000 Spirits Card. There seemed to be an event being held here. Every game table had 4 people sitting and fighting. There were many onlookers around. In the middle of the room, there was a small table with an exhibition cabinet on it. 3 beautiful cards were suspended in it. The host was stirring up the atmosphere, constantly emphasizing that the winner could win 3 special cards that were out of print and so on. The two of them gathered around a table and took a look. Their expressions became strange. Don't you think it's familiar? Kasui whispered. Of course. Han Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. How could it not be familiar? The gameplay was exactly the same as Wayne cards, but the characters in the cards were different. Why was there a similar card game here? Could it be that the will of the universe had spread all over the world? At this moment, the two of them suddenly sensed something. They turned around at the same time and saw a person in the crowd staring at them with an inexplicable gaze. Seeing the two of them looking at him, this person reached into his pocket and slowly took out a green metal piece. He waved it in front of the two of them, then turned around and left. That's the tracking device given by the mysterious person. Han Xiao immediately recognized it. He looked at Kasui and followed him. This person walked and stopped, looking back at the two of them from time to time. He seemed to be deliberately leading the way. The group walked through the streets and soon came to a slightly older spaceport. The guide opened a hangar. Inside was an ordinary general model spaceship. He then opened the hatch and looked back at the two of them, seemingly inviting them to board the ship. Seeing this, Han Xiao and Kasui scanned the spaceship with their perception and found no abnormalities, so they stepped onto the gangway and walked into the spaceship. Soon, the hull shook slightly, slid into the jet orbit, and quickly took off. Outside the porthole, planet Jardane was constantly shrinking in their field of vision. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and looked back at the silent guide. He also took out a green metal piece from his pocket and said, "Can you explain now? Who are you? Why are you leading us on board?" Hearing this, the guide adjusted his clothes and slowly said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm a senior cadre of the Eye of Insight, Lucidia's. Boss asked me to pick you up." Eye of Insight. Isn't that the bounty organization with the highest bounty? Kasui subconsciously glanced at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes flashed and asked, "So, your boss is the guy who sent me the anonymous message? My job is only to pick you up. He said that as long as you show me the heaven-shrouding apparatus, you will follow me. I don't know anything else." Lucidius shook his head. Heaven-shrouding apparatus? Han Xiao raised the green metal piece in his hand. Is this the thing? Yes, this is one of the core technologies of the Eye of Insight. Lucidius nodded. What exactly does the Eye of Insight do? Han Xiao was curious. Sorry, without the permission of the higher-ups, I can't reveal too much information. If you have any questions, ask the boss yourself. Lucidius refused to answer. Han Xiao beat around the bush and asked a few more questions, but this person remained silent. Seeing that he could not dig up any information, Han Xiao stopped probing and began to think on his own. During this time, he had speculated about the identity of the mysterious man. In the message sent by the mysterious man, it vaguely revealed that the mysterious man knew that they were outsiders. Given the situation of this place being isolated from the outside world, Han Xiao felt that the mysterious man might have entered this secondary dimension earlier. As for why he found the two of them, it might be because this guy was trapped here and wanted to find helpers to help him get out. Thinking about how the Celestial Star Alliance still did not know about the existence of the outside world, this mysterious man should not have revealed the situation of the outside world. Perhaps he had been lurking and secretly established a force. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. In this inference, the only doubt was the Eye of Insight. Although there was not much information on the internet, tracing back, the Eye of Insight seemed to have existed a long time ago and did not seem to have been established by an intruder. Since the mission prompt is to contact the mysterious man, the other party is probably a friend and not an enemy. It's useless for me to think about it now. It will be more convenient to ask directly when the time comes, Han Xiao thought to himself. The spaceship sailed for more than 10 days and finally arrived at its destination. It was a huge mothership the size of an asteroid. It maintained a hidden state and wandered in the starry sky. Shua. The hatch opened, and the two stepped onto the mothership and followed Lucidius forward. Passing through various areas, the two saw a large number of staff and mechanical guards. The entire mothership was heavily guarded. The group passed through a series of authorization certifications and went deeper into the core area of the mothership. Soon, they came to a huge metal door. Boss is inside. He wants to see the two of you, so I won't go in. Lucidius stopped in his tracks. Han Xiao and Kasui exchanged a look and stepped forward. The metal door opened automatically, allowing the two to walk in. As soon as they entered, the door closed behind them. Han Xiao glanced at the layout of the room. Tubes extended from the ground and walls, connecting to a figure in the middle of the room. This person was tall but stooped. Tubes were inserted all over his body. He had 2 pairs of green eyes, one big and one small, on his left and right sides. There was a scar on his face that blinded half of his eyes. Seeing the 2 of them, this person slowly opened his mouth. His voice was deep and sticky, sounding very hoarse. "We finally meet, outsiders." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, he knew that they were outsiders. He had expected this and was not surprised at this time. Kasui, who was beside him, had the same reaction. "Since you have invited us over, shouldn't you explain the situation? For example, who are you? Why do you know about the existence of the outside world? What is your purpose in contacting us? And what is going on in this secondary dimension?" During this period of time, Han Xiao had accumulated too many questions. Now that he finally met someone who seemed to know something, he asked all the questions in one go. The mysterious man listened to the questions silently but did not answer immediately. Instead, he changed the topic and said softly, "I know you have a lot of questions, but before that, I hope you can answer my question first. What era is it now in outside? Is the exploration era war over?" Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He actually asked about the exploration era war. Could this guy be a primordial one trapped here? As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao gave a brief introduction of the results of the exploration era war. He only mentioned some insignificant general information before asking his own question. Then, he asked, "Are you a primordial one?" "No, I'm not." The mysterious man laughed hoarsely. "I'm not the primordial one you speak of, but I've seen them." "Then who are you?" Han Xiao asked. "I know what you mean. You think I came in from outside, but you guessed wrong. I'm from here." The mysterious man's tone was calm. At this moment, Han Xiao thought of many possibilities. If what the mysterious man said was true, and the information about the outside world came from the primordial ones, then since he knows about the existence of the outside world, could his goal be to leave this world? Also, where did the primordial ones this guy met go? Why is there no record of them on the internet? Could it have been deleted by the Celestial Star Alliance? At this moment, the mysterious man spoke again, his tone becoming more serious. "I know what you are most interested in now, and that's why I invited you. I need help to destroy this world and set me free, and this is also the only way for you to leave. My battle pet has holes in its brain." Author, 22 Knives Introduction. Is it illegal to eat your own battle pet? Can kidnapping your own army commander be sold for money? Chapter 12:10. Destroy the world. Han Xiao and Kasui looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. With just a few of us, to destroy an advanced civilization like the Celestial Star Alliance, just a few dishes, and you're already so drunk? Han Xiao cursed in his mind, but he could also tell that there was a lot of hidden information in this. He patiently asked, "You said this is the only way for us to leave. Tell me in detail. I know that you think this is an impossible task, but in fact, it's not as difficult as you think, but it's not easy either," the mysterious man said in a hoarse voice. "I believe that when you first entered this secondary dimension, you were very shocked. You didn't expect that there was a universe-like space here, and there were also extremely powerful civilizations." "That's right." Han Xiao nodded. There was nothing to hide. "Hehe, it's not just you." Every outsider had the same reaction, the mysterious man said slowly. "I understand your troubles, but your worries are superfluous. Everything you have seen, the Celestial Star Alliance, the tens of thousands of experts with divine bodies and above, including me, are all illusions that have long passed away. Our world has long been destroyed." Han Xiao was shocked. He asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" He doubted it and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "The world you see is a mutated space-time loop based on information form technology. the mysterious man said indifferently. You should have found some information on the World Reboot Plan on the internet. This plan is not just a simple insurance policy but also a special plan used by the Celestial Star Alliance to escape the end of the universe. It's just that this plan failed. Due to some changes in the information form, a part of the timeline was cut off, forming a closed cycle of spacetime, which is the world I'm in. It constantly ends at a fixed point in time and restarts at a fixed point in time, and I'm the only one who retains my memory in the cycle. So, if we want to leave here, we have to break your so-called closed spacetime loop? Han Xiao furrowed his brows. According to the principle of the spacetime splicing technology, this situation was indeed possible, but he found it hard to believe this statement. There were several terms that he only knew a little about. The mysterious man glanced at the two people's faces and laughed hoarsely, saying, "Haha, don't look at me like that. I'm not a liar. It's normal for you to be filled with doubts. Since I invited you here, I intend to explain everything from the beginning. It's a long story. Don't worry, we have plenty of time." Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed. "Then be prepared. No matter how shocked you are later, do not interrupt my narration, because what you are about to hear will involve the secrets and the truth of the entire universe." The mysterious man's tone became solemn. "Please go ahead." Han Xiao straightened his face and made a gesture of invitation. The mysterious man exhaled and said slowly, "Everything has a lifespan, and so does the universe. According to normal development, the universe will inevitably usher in its ultimate fate. Perhaps it will be the heat death, perhaps it will be the big collapse, or perhaps it will be the big tear. When everything comes to an end, everything is destined to end. However, in the beginning of time and space, there was a civilization that developed to the extreme, far more powerful than us. In order to escape this fate, they chose to give the universe a new life and continue their existence. In the end, they did not succeed, but it was not a complete failure. Under their transformation, the basic rules of the universe changed. When it expanded to a certain extent and reached the fork in the ultimate fate, the universe would voluntarily collapse and devour everything, turning into the original singularity. Then, it would produce the Big Bang that created the world, turning back into a new universe that was empty but full of vitality. We call it the Big Reboot. This God-level civilization that gave the universe a glimmer of hope has long been destroyed by the Big Reboot. Their name has also disappeared in the long river of time, but their transformation of the universe is the only legacy left to future generations. Nothing can measure the preciousness of this legacy. Without their contribution, all the civilizations that came after would not have existed. Therefore, we call this civilization the Savior Civilization. They started the iteration of the universe, and the universe they were in became the anchor point of the timeline, called the first iteration. However, the Big Reboot caused the time when the universe ushered in its ultimate fate to be much earlier. Therefore, the development time of the civilizations in the subsequent iterations was shortened, and no one could reach the height of the Savior Civilization. They were only repeating the cycle of destruction. No matter how the civilization developed, it would eventually perish in the Big Reboot. They could not make any changes to the universe, nor could they leave any information. Just like that, countless iterations passed. Finally, a variable appeared. The most powerful civilization of this iteration made a shocking breakthrough in the field of information form. They found traces of the Savior Civilization and discovered part of the reason for the birth of the Big Reboot. They believed that the transformation of the Savior Civilization happened to trigger the mutation of the information form, thus affecting the development path of the universe. In their opinion, the universe was a program that could rewrite the way it operated, and the information form was a compiled language. Therefore, they tried to use the information form to continue their civilization, but unfortunately, they failed in the end. However, they also left behind a legacy, which was an existence called the Sanctum. This thing might have been their tinder vault, but by chance, it mutated into one of the fundamental laws of the universe and would not be destroyed with the Big Reboot. It would record all the information that happened in an iteration and store it in the form of an information form. When the big reboot happened, it would randomly extract a portion of the information and integrate it into the fundamental laws of the new universe, making small changes to the universe time and time again, constantly making the universe of the next iteration richer. You might not understand it well, but I'll give you an example. The 5 supersystems are the products of the sanctum. In ancient times, there were supers in some iterations of the universe, and there were some that did not. The systems were different. The sanctum recorded a portion of the supersystems, and it happened to be permanently integrated into the laws of the universe at the moment of the big reboot. Therefore, in the later iterations, supers of this system would inevitably appear. That's how the 5 supersystems came about. They did not appear at the same time but were constantly replenished and completed over and over again. Therefore, we have 5 supersystems, and you also have 5 supersystems. This is not a coincidence. Let me give you another example. You should have realized that there are no secondary dimensions here. Our iteration is earlier than yours, and the world reboot plan might be the root of the secondary dimensions. The sanctum integrated it into our big reboot this time. Therefore, we might be the creators of the secondary dimensions. In short, the appearance of the sanctum allowed the subsequent iterations to jump out of the eternal cycle of death, bringing more variables. It constantly enriched the universe of the next iteration. In fact, this is a kind of inheritance, allowing the new universe to enjoy the development results left behind by the previous iteration, turning the big reboot into an optimization of the subsequent iterations of the universe. Although it was weak, many little drops made an ocean. Therefore, generally speaking, the later the iteration of the universe, the stronger and more advanced the civilization as a whole. Therefore, we call this civilization the sanctum civilization, and the iteration of the universe it is in is called the iteration of the revolution. In addition to optimizing the function of the universe, the sanctum is also like a recording tool at the beginning of the civilization's enlightenment, allowing the history of the iterations to be recorded and information to be passed down. When the later generations develop to a certain extent, they have the ability to open the sanctum. The higher the technological power, the more information they can obtain from it. Therefore, a relay of civilizations across the iterations has begun. Generations of cosmic civilizations inherit the research of their predecessors, learn from the failures of their predecessors, and constantly explore new paths. Even if they fail, they will leave their own insights in the sanctum for future generations to continue researching. Everything they do is to escape the ultimate fate of the universe, placing their hopes on the future, hoping that the later generations will be able to survive the great reboot and find a way to continue. Only by continuously passing down the experience will the subsequent iterations have a higher chance of achieving breakthroughs. In our iteration, the world reboot plan is our result. Although it did not allow our civilization to continue in the end, it created a secondary dimension world for future generations, giving you more possibilities. And this world is a small loop of the timeline at the end of the universe where I am. It is a failed reboot, an illusion that should have disappeared long ago. We are just a part of this long relay. At this point, the mysterious man stopped. On the other hand, Han Xiao and Kasui had been frozen in place since the beginning. Their eyes widened, and their hearts were in turmoil. The amount of information contained in these words was so huge that it exceeded their expectations. Is it true or not? Han Xiao found it hard to believe. This set of words had a strong impact on his heart, and he could not help but doubt the authenticity of this universe secret. In his previous life, there was no relevant information. Neither the 3 universal civilizations nor the world tree had revealed any information in this regard. Could it be that the 3 universal civilizations were not developed enough and had not cracked the secret of the sanctum? Could this be the meaning of the mission name relay across iterations? If this was true, it would be too spectacular. The painstaking research of generations of civilizations would continue to be passed down in this way, like a relay of a torch. Just thinking about it made him feel a vast sense of history. He could feel the unyielding resilience of generations of universal civilizations, as well as the dignity of advanced civilizations that would not passively wait for fate to befall them. Shocked, Han Xiao did not know what to ask for a moment. Seeing that the two of them were bewildered, The mysterious man did not continue to explain. He calmly said, "I know that you will definitely doubt my words now. After all, these secrets have subverted your beliefs, but in the future, when your universe iterations develop to the corresponding level, you will know about these things sooner or later. As for now, let's get back to business." "Okay." Han Xiao calmed down and temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart. At this time, there was no way to verify the authenticity of this statement, but he thought of Oathkeeper. This guy had gone to the sanctum and had not returned yet. When the time came, he should be able to get information about the sanctum from the Holy Covenant and confirm whether this secret was true or not. If it was true, then he would have to plan for the long term. The players in his previous life could not reach this level, and this was the first time he had experienced it, so he did not know what to do. The mysterious man shook his head, changed the topic back to the current situation, and said in a low voice, "This spacetime is in an endless cycle. When the world reboot plan is fully activated, it will start a new cycle from the beginning. Because I am an individual in the cycle, even if I die, I will be reborn in the cycle, only keeping my memories. However, outsiders do not belong to this spacetime and will be annihilated here. If you want to leave, you have to break the cycle before it ends. This way, you can regain your freedom, and I can also be free. I met outsiders before the 73rd cycle, the 62nd cycle, and the 59th cycle. The earliest was the primordial ones you mentioned. I helped them all like today, but they failed to break the cycle and all failed, so they all died." After hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he pondered. This kind of spacetime cycle was similar to the spacetime splicing technology, both of which solidified a timeline. The difference was that the cause of this secondary dimension was many times more complicated than the spacetime splicing technology. However, this was not the only way for him to leave. The teleportation function of the king was almost the same as the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, so he should be able to leave. However, he was more curious about the mysterious man's plan to destroy the world. "You want us to destroy the world, but you can't possibly be declaring war on the entire Celestial Star Alliance, right? Even if they are the phantoms you mentioned, in this spacetime, their combat power is real." "Of course not. The original world reboot plan was to rebuild after destruction. After the Great Reboot, we used the information form transformation technology to reappear. I'm not very clear about the principle, but I know that the execution of this program is an intelligent core made with information form technology. We call it the Guardian. The Celestial Star Alliance tried to bind it to the sanctum in some way to let it survive the destruction of the Great Reboot. But in the end, it failed, and there was a mutation. Although we reappeared, we became phantoms and became the secondary dimension with the current cycle of spacetime. The core intelligence became the dimensional consciousness of this secondary dimension. When you came in, you should have seen its avatar, right?" Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. The Supreme Guardian he encountered outside the secondary dimension was actually the avatar of the dimensional consciousness. The combat information at that time did not seem to reflect any relevant information, and it looked like a living person. At this time, the mysterious man continued. "The Guardian is the root of the spacetime cycle. It has no independent thought, only a preset program that rigidly protects this secondary dimension from being invaded by outsiders. As long as you kill it, you can break the cycle, and this can only be done by outsiders, because I'm part of the cycle. No matter what I do to this world, the final result will be the cycle restarting. The Guardian will not actively interfere, and I can't leave this world, so there's no way for me to come into contact with it. However, the existence of outsiders is a variable. Once you invade, the Guardian will definitely chase after you. Only then will you have a chance to kill it here. The Guardian's program still has a part of the information form transformation technology of the world reboot plan. Most of the information forms of the outsiders who died in the cycle would be captured by it. It would then use the dimensional energy to create an extremely similar physical avatar. So far, 3 batches of outsiders have died, and it already has several avatars. Doesn't that mean that the more outsiders died, the more beyond grade as could be duplicated? A secondary dimension consciousness actually has such a powerful function, even though it's a mutated product. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. The Celestial Star Alliance was indeed the boss of the previous iteration. A failed product was already so powerful. The development time of the three universal civilizations was only a fraction of their time, and their technological level was still nothing in front of them. Sounds a little more reliable, but how do we make the Guardian appear? Han Xiao nodded. Because of the mutation of the spacetime cycle, coupled with the underlying logic that the Guardian cannot be tampered with in order to avoid some risks, the appearance of the Guardian in this world is not as free as the outside world, and it can only appear near the carrier. For example, the Superpower Security Department of the Celestial Star Alliance has a universal treasure called the Positioning Star Map, which is one of the carriers of the dimensional consciousness that is automatically formed. It can monitor the entire dimension, and I built a concealment device called the Heaven Concealing Apparatus that can escape its surveillance. With this thing, you were not discovered by the pursuers. In short, as long as you get close to the carrier, the Guardian will appear and kill you. This is its core mechanism and cannot be violated. These carriers are all in the important warehouses of the Superpower Security Department, so our plan is to attack the warehouse of the Superpower Security Department, get close to the carrier, and let the Guardian appear and kill it. That's not easy, Han Xiao pondered. I will provide help. You can use the materials of the Eye of Insight, and I won't let the two of you work for free. The mysterious man said softly. You and I are both mechanics, so I will teach you everything I know as a reward for helping me escape. After saying this, he paused for a moment and added, that's right. Of course, only by breaking the cycle and surviving will your learning be meaningful. Chapter 12:11. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Although this secondary dimension might just be a disappearing illusion, it was a treasure trove in his eyes. Not only did it contain new class abilities, but it also contained a large number of advanced technologies that were different from the explored universe. To a mechanic, this was an incomparably huge fortune. Han Xiao had originally planned to get some technology back. Now that he had a teacher who was willing to systematically impart knowledge to him, the efficiency would definitely double with half the effort. Furthermore, this mysterious person had repeated the cycle many times. Even if his body's state was constantly reset, causing the training to be meaningless, his memory could still be retained. This meant that the technology he had learned was always in his mind. His foundation was terrifying, so there was definitely a lot of good stuff. What about me? Kasui stared at the side. The mysterious person glanced at him, shook his head, and said, You're not a mechanic. I have nothing to teach you. Hey, this isn't appropriate. Kasui felt a little wronged. I was clearly the one who came first. Be it forming a team or leading the way, if not for me, Blackstar, you wouldn't have had the chance to come to this secondary dimension. But now, the benefits have landed on you. Why did it become like this? The mysterious man thought for a moment and said in a low voice. If you really want the technology, it's not impossible. Once the cycle is broken, all the illusions here will disappear. No matter what material object I give you, it will be destroyed. Only information will be able to circulate. According to the principle of the information form, only the information converted by outsiders can be preserved. Since you can't learn the knowledge, you can use the machines from the outside world to store this technology. Hearing this, Kasui's expression became much better. He felt that this was more like it. Even if he was not a mechanic, he understood the value of this technology. Even if he could not use it, he could give it to his subordinates to use it to strengthen his organization. Furthermore, it was an amazing bargaining chip. Even if he could not use it, he could exchange it for many things from the arcane church. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he suddenly said earnestly, Don't forget that your goal of God's quest is to focus on the God of divinity. Don't forget that your goal for this trip is the opportunity for the God's trait transformation. You shouldn't be tangled up in such trivial matters. Leave this distraction to me. If I don't go to hell, who will? You're being shameless again. Kasui's expression changed. You want to take it all for yourself. Han Xiao glared at him. Back then, when you asked me to team up with you, you said that you owed me a favor. I haven't asked you for a reward yet, so I'll take this as my reward. Besides, you're not a mechanic. What kind of technology do you want? At most, I'll give you some other dividends after we get out of here. Do you have any objections? Of course I do. These technologies are not within the scope of our agreement. Kasui was naturally unwilling to give up this treasure so easily. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said meaningfully, "Are you sure you want to compete? Don't forget, you are now the main body." Hearing this, Kasui's expression changed slightly. "And, if the plan to break the cycle fails, how do you plan to leave this place?" Han Xiao smiled. Kasui was speechless and helplessly waved his hand. "Okay, I admit defeat. I don't want these technologies." While he coveted these precious technologies, his life was more important. He had come with his original body, and if he angered Blackstar, his path of retreat would be cut off. He pondered for a while and decided to compromise. He had no choice but to lower his head. However, although Kasui gave up competing for the technical data, he did not intend to give up. He looked at the mysterious man and snorted. "This partner of mine has a special device that can teleport indefinitely. This secondary dimension can't trap him, and he can escape at any time. Therefore, I suggest you only teach him a portion of the technology and give him the rest when we are about to complete the mission." "Oh, is there such a thing?" The mysterious man turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at Kasui and was not surprised. He nodded calmly and said, "Yes, I do have such an ability. I agree with this transaction method." Of course, he knew what Kasui was thinking. He was worried that Han Xiao would run away directly after obtaining the technology and leave him in this secondary dimension. Han Xiao did not feel that there was a problem with Kasui's actions. If it were him, he would most likely take the same measures. The two of them were only temporary teammates. Although they had some friendship, in the face of such a situation, this friendship was not enough to bring about unreserved trust. People at their level would not put their hopes on others. At their level, as long as they were not close friends, no one would easily give in the face of their own interests. Although Han Xiao had just learned about the secrets of the universe and was quite shocked, he would not immediately change his behavior. After all, the iterations of the universe were too far away. Even if he knew about it, he would not be able to help for the time being. In the end, he still had to live in the present. No matter how high the banner was, when it came to the specific problem in the end, the method still had to be considered from a practical point of view. The value of these technologies was amazing. Since he had taken the initiative, there was no reason for him to let Kasui have a share of the pie so easily. Regardless of whether or not he would cooperate with the advanced civilizations in the future, at least he had to find a way to fight for the initiative. In particular, as a mechanic, Han Xiao knew the importance of not letting the technology out, so he did not hesitate to confront Kasui head-on and threaten him. If the other party did not compromise, he would not mind falling out with him on the spot despite the good relationship they had during this period of time. As for Kasui's little tricks, Han Xiao did not care at all. He did not intend to freeload in the first place. This was a deal. Since he had obtained the technology, he would fulfill the agreement and help break the cycle. He still had this bit of integrity, and this was also the insurance Kasui needed. Although he would offend the other party by giving away the technology, if both sides compromised, their relationship could still continue. They were all people with status and identity, and only a very small number of them were stubborn. Negotiation of interests was normal, and even if they had grudges in their hearts, they would not really fall out with each other. The mysterious man did not find it strange and said, "Let's do it this way. I'll teach you some of the technology first, and you can take advantage of this time to plan a plan of action. In addition, the resources of the Eye of Insight are completely open to you. You can expand your mechanical army and replenish your manpower here." He did not know if Han Xiao's teleportation ability was real or not. He was an information form phantom that existed based on this secondary dimension. If Blackstar could teleport him away, he would immediately disappear as soon as he left, and he would be freed faster. However, After living for so long, the mysterious man knew that making this suggestion was equivalent to abandoning Kasui. Kasui would definitely not agree, so he could only make a private deal. However, the matter of the iteration of the universe was a huge matter, and it was unknown whether Black Star wanted to kill the other witness. In fact, he wanted Black Star to use his teleportation ability to get reinforcements from the outside world. This was the most beneficial to him, but it would also not be agreed to. If Black Star teleported himself to get reinforcements, Kasui would definitely strongly object. On the other hand, Black Star would not agree to getting reinforcements. Otherwise, why would he monopolize the technology? The three sides had their own standpoints, and it was very difficult to reach the best decision in such a situation. The final result was often a compromise that everyone could accept. The mysterious man understood everyone's concerns, and he also knew that even if the two of them believed the secret of the universe he told them, their plan of action would not change because of this. Since he could foresee such a development, he did not intend to change his original plan and could not be bothered to ask about the teleportation device. Kasui turned around and asked, after saying so much, "What's your name?" "You can call me Jace. By the way, why can you retain your memories?" "I'm not sure. I wasn't like this from the beginning. I only awakened 1,000 times ago. My memories before that were repeatedly reset like everyone else." At this moment, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. The first round of relay across iterations has been completed. You have received 1 trillion EXP. The second round has been activated. Second round mission requirements: destroy the dimensional consciousness entity, break the spacetime cycle, bring relief to Jace, and obtain his technology. Mission reward: 1,500,000,000 EXP, 1 random reward, 1 character summon card, and the next round of the mission will be activated. Han Xiao took a look and nodded secretly. The second round of the mission has been activated, and the rewards are even higher. However, the technology in Jace's hands is the biggest reward. I'll probably have to stay in this secondary dimension for a long time. With a thought, Han Xiao opened the forums and took a look. The 4th Pro League was about to begin in about half a month, and he probably would not have the time to pay attention to it this time. After reaching an agreement, Han Xiao did not stand on ceremony and immediately asked Jace to teach him some mechanic class abilities that he did not have. At the same time, he chased Kasui out of the door. Very soon, the voice of knowledge could be heard in the room. Jace, LV367, has taught you Mechanical Force Soldier Nest. Current progress, 0.0001%. Jace, LV367, has taught you Compressed Orb Innovation Martial Body. Current progress, 0.0001%. Jace. A large number of notifications appeared on the interface. Han Xiao glanced at them and nodded happily. In the explored universe, somewhere in the Primeval Star River, I've finally succeeded. In the secret machinery factory, Manison looked at the virtual data in front of him and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Ever since the end of the intelligent plague, he had spent most of his time in the workshop, constantly trying to replicate the virtual mutiny virus. After working so hard for so long, he had finally made some progress and created a prototype virus. Although there were still some functions missing, and its strength was far from the original version, Manison felt that this meant that his research was on the right path. As long as he continued to work hard to overcome the technical difficulties, he would be able to recreate the complete version of the virtual mutiny virus sooner or later. Black Star, you destroyed the unique core of the virus and thought that you could kill my plan, but you didn't expect me to be able to recreate this technology, did you? In terms of technology development, you're still too inexperienced. The corners of Manison's mouth curled into a smile, but it quickly disappeared. He solemnly put away the prototype virus and did multiple encryptions for the experimental data this time. He had decided to use this technology as a hidden trump card, a trump card. However, on second thought, he thought of the strange method Black Star had used to take away the 2 felons not long ago, and his eyes narrowed again. My current technology is not enough. I have to find a way to crack Black Star's strange virtual ability, or I'll be restrained, Ison opened his research schedule, checked it for a while, deleted a few unimportant items, and added the new research goal of cracking Han Xiao's purifying ability. After doing this, Ison took out his communicator, looked at the date, and announced the time of the next regular meeting in the Beyond Grade A Association group chat. Speaking of which, Black Star and Kasui haven't come to the regular meetings twice, and I can't contact them. I wonder what they're doing, Ison thought to himself. Every time there was a meeting, Black Star would argue with him. In the last 2 regular meetings, he did not hear Black Star's annoying voice, so Ison only felt relaxed all over. Everything he ate tasted good, and he once again found a stable aura. Furthermore, without Black Star taking the lead, his people were all well behaved, and no one jumped out to cause trouble. The last 2 regular meetings went very smoothly. Ison had not been so comfortable as the president in a long time, and he finally felt the joy of having the power of the president in his hands again. Although he did not know what Black Star had been busy with recently, Ison could not wait for Black Star to waste more time on this matter. In any case, it would be fine as long as he did not come to the meeting. Chapter 12:12. A few days later. You have mastered mechanical force soldierness. You have mastered compressed orb innovation martial body. You have. A compressed orb was placed on the workbench in front of him. Han Xiao controlled the mechanical arm and completed the processing in no time. He then picked up the specially made compressed orb and placed it flat on his palm. A weak mechanical force arc shot out from his finger and covered the compressed orb. The next moment, the compressed orb suddenly shrank to the size of a cell and returned to his body with the mechanical force. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and felt an extremely weak burden. With a thought, a stream of mechanical force wrapped around this particle-like special compressed orb and shot it out. The compressed orb instantly expanded in the electric arc and landed on the ground, turning into a mechanical soldier covered in electric sparks. It looked as though Han Xiao had shot out a mechanical soldier directly from his body. This is the ability to transform oneself into an army camp. Han Xiao nodded to himself. After a few days of learning, he had already mastered this set of abilities. The principle of class knowledge was the same, and most of the class skills were the same. Only the content related to the secondary dimensions was slightly different, causing the basic strength of the supersystem here to be inferior to the explored universe. Han Xiao did not expect these skills to be very strong. The biggest use of these class skills was to bring about some new directions and bonuses. Because class knowledge was generally the same, these different class skills were different in terms of application, so it was not difficult for him to learn them. Furthermore, with the help of the interface, he had basically learned all the class skills that Jace had taught him. In his opinion, the most useful one was this ability to transform oneself into an army camp. The burden is not low. When the Mech Legion is stored in my body, my health and energy limit will decrease. After releasing the Legion, although the limit will be restored, my current health and energy will not be restored, Han Xiao analyzed. The mechanism of this ability was similar to apostolization. For a normal mechanic, even if they released the Legion in battle, their current health and energy would not be restored at the same time. Thus, it would cause the mechanic to become even more fragile. However, this ability was very compatible with him. He had a strong recovery ability that allowed him to quickly recover during battle. In this way, the side effects of this body barracks on him were almost negligible. It was equivalent to freeloading. Furthermore, with his own tankiness, the size of the troops that his main body could carry far exceeded that of a normal mechanic. As expected, increasing the tankiness of a mechanic was the correct development path. At the side, Jace watched as Han Xiao tested his abilities with a subtle expression. He could not help but speak. "You learned it just like that. Isn't that simple?" Han Xiao didn't think much of it. Is that so?" Jess's face twitched. He thought that he wouldn't be surprised anymore, but Han Xiao's incredible learning speed had caused ripples in his calm heart. Did I meet a genius among geniuses, or did the mechanics of the later universe iterations all evolve to such an extent? Furthermore, in the past few days, the two of them had sparred a little. Jace had never seen a mechanic with such a style before. In his universe iteration, due to the lack of secondary dimensions, the strength of a mechanic was not that abnormal. Most of the time, they were positioned as a fragile damage output. Furthermore, they had to do well in logistics and lay out the ground in advance. However, this was the first time he had seen a mechanic like Han Xiao, and he could not help but feel puzzled. Why was this guy even more tanky than a pugilist? Could it be that pursuing a strong physique was the mainstream development path of the mechanics of the later iterations? It was really as if one could see anything after living for a long time. Han Xiao naturally did not know what Jace was thinking. After testing his new ability for a while, he turned around and asked, "Isn't it time to give me the technology you've accumulated?" Hearing this, Jace calmed down, tapped on a virtual screen, and operated it a little. Very soon, a dense list of technical projects appeared on the screen. "These are the technical information I've sorted out. You can copy them. I'll send the rest to you when you're about to complete the mission." Han Xiao glanced at it and was overjoyed. Compared to the class skills, these technical materials were the real deal. They represented countless new blueprints. Furthermore, it was not just Jace's own research projects. In the thousands of cycles, Jace was a wanted criminal at least 900 times. Relying on the restart of the cycles, he boldly invaded the database of many advanced civilizations and learned the advanced technologies that these civilizations had invested countless time, energy, and wealth into developing. His foundation was amazing, and now, they were all being sold by Jace without hesitation. Han Xiao quickly copied them with his own device. Although it was only a portion, it was already a huge technical treasure, enough for him to study for a long time. There were many gold-grade blueprints among them, which was equivalent to saving a lot of contribution points to the 3 universal civilizations. He did not have to continue working for the 3 universal civilizations to exchange blueprints. As long as he obtained the remaining technology and completed his research, he would be able to overtake Old Man Ison at the bend, leaving him so far behind that Old Man Ison wouldn't even be able to smell his exhaust. By the way, can you get the class knowledges of the other 4 supersystems here? Han Xiao asked. I've collected such things before, but I couldn't learn them due to the conflict between the systems, so I didn't record them. I could only store them in the machine. After the cycle restarts, this information will naturally be gone. Jace shook his head. However, if you want, I can get them for you. After restarting the cycle many times, Jace was like a walking guide. This was not difficult for him. Then, I'll leave it to you. Han Xiao nodded. If he obtained the class knowledges of all the systems here, he would be able to obtain the complete class knowledges of the 5 major systems without the 3 universal civilizations knowing. Although it lacked the content of the secondary dimensions, the value was huge enough. It was just that unlike him, who had someone to teach him, he did not know if others could comprehend the other class skills through the different knowledge content. This time, Jace slowly said, I've given you all the information I can. Now, it's your turn to help me. Do you have a plan? Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. I have some ideas. I plan to use the resources of the Eye of Insight to build a mech legion. Let's replenish our combat power first. Invading the Superpower Security Department's warehouse was not an easy task. Furthermore, the dimensional consciousness entity had many doppelgangers. Currently, this army was not enough, so Han Xiao planned to spend some time to expand the army. Because this secondary dimension was an information form phantom, the mechanical army built with the materials of the Eye of Insight could not be brought away. It was a one-off army built only for this mission, so there was no need to worry about losses. On the other side, in the explored universe, the flickering world, the opening ceremony of the 4th Pro League would be held in less than 10 days. Countless foreign players who had just joined the army in this version were crazily looking for Han Xiao. After the previous few Pro Leagues, the Black Star character summon card had already proven its dominance. It was tanky and had high damage output. Who knew how many foreign players were envious of it? Unfortunately, due to geographical reasons, they could not come into contact with Black Star in the previous versions. Naturally, they could not inscribe a character summon card, so this had become the exclusive trump card of the Chinese players. However, version 4. 0 was different. Players from various countries gathered in a star field, and countless foreigners entered the Black Star Core. Now, their dreams had finally come true, and they also had a chance to obtain a Black Star character summon card. However, at this critical juncture, Black Star was on a business trip and could not be found. Who knew how many times they had inquired, but in the end, they returned with no results. Countless army newcomers were frustrated. Seeing that the date of the Pro League was approaching, they could only helplessly change the target of their character summon card. Although the effect was not bad, many people felt that it was a pity that they could not inscribe a Black Star character summon card. They felt that the blank character summon cards that they had painstakingly hoarded could not be used to their fullest potential. Compared to the previous few Pro Leagues, the competition system of this Pro League was not changed much. It only added a few more entertainment competitions. Amidst the anticipation of the players, the fourth Pro League officially began. Compared to the previous few Pro Leagues, the atmosphere of this Pro League was much more tense. No club wanted to see any country achieve the achievement of 3 consecutive championships. China, which had already won 2 consecutive championships, was attacked even more. It was not just the clubs of various countries. The past achievements of the various clubs in China had won them a lot of popularity. In the competition, these passionate fans loved to chase down their favorite players, in the name of seeking interaction. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. In the meeting room of the Eye of Revelation, Han Xiao, Kasui, and Jace gathered. Black Star, are we going to take action? Kasui turned his head and asked. Yes. During this time, I've already expanded the size of the army. It's basically enough. There's no need to delay any longer. Han Xiao nodded. Over the past few months, he had been using the resources of the Eye of Revelation to maximize the efficiency of Billion Mecha Empire Manison by 50 times. A few days ago, the size of the army had finally reached the storage limit of the main body's barracks. Only then did he stop the production. Very good. Let's quickly resolve this matter so as to avoid any more problems. Furthermore, the opportunity for my god's trait transformation is probably devouring the energy fragments of this destroyed secondary dimension, Kasui said. He had not been idle over the past few months and had been sensing the opportunity for his god's trait transformation. He had also gained some benefits. It was no wonder that the object of his senses was the entire secondary dimension. Kasui had discovered that the opportunity was most likely the energy fragments of the dimensional core. Thus, he became even more concerned about breaking this cycle of spacetime. Han Xiao opened a map. The map showed the location and topography of the Superpower Security Department's warehouse. This was the result of Jace's scouting in the previous cycles. The warehouse of the Superpower Security Department is in the headquarters, and there are many Beyond Grade A officers on standby in the headquarters as well as a large number of troops. The success rate of a frontal attack is extremely low. Our first task is to infiltrate. The heaven concealing apparatus can only block the positioning star map, and normal detection methods are still effective. Thus, we need another infiltration plan, and this requires Jace's help. Hearing this, Jace said, I've joined the Superpower Security Department many times. I've joined the Superpower Security Department many times in the past and have mastered most of their authority, secret orders, and access codes. I'm also clear about their activities. I can forge your information and let you sneak in. I've always helped outsiders like this before, but there's a risk of being exposed. The Superpower Security Department's security was tight, but it could not withstand Jace's repeated attempts to reboot it. He was like a backdoor player. The headquarters that was impregnable in the eyes of ordinary people was full of flaws in his eyes. Han Xiao continued. This time, we won't use this method. The warehouse has been enveloped by the space stabilization device, and normal teleportation methods are ineffective. However, as long as we find a way to get the people of the Superpower Security Department to send the King Mechanical Suit's teleportation beacon, throne, into the warehouse, we can directly descend. Okay, we'll do it in one go. Kasui's eyes lit up. He liked this straightforward method. Jace explained, All the items in the warehouse will be isolated and screened to remove dangerous and useless items. The screening process is divided into artificial, and the process will be repeated 3 times. However, there are exceptions, and that is, if the item is authorized by the department leader or the director, it does not need to be screened and can be temporarily stored in the outermost warehouse. If it is a secret order from the upper echelons of the Celestial Star Alliance, it can be stored directly in the depths of the warehouse. So, you plan to forge the authority of the Superpower Security Department's leader? Kasui asked. Jace shook his head. No need. When I was in the previous cycle, I kidnapped the upper echelons of the Celestial Star Alliance many times. Although I was killed in the end, I still got their authority and memorized it in my mind. It's not difficult to forge it. I can send the throne to the depths of the warehouse, and the carrier of the dimensional consciousness entity is also inside. Kasui was speechless. Being able to reboot really meant that he could do whatever he wanted. Awesome. Jace slowly said, every item in the warehouse is stored separately. I will send you the warehouse number where the carrier is located later. Once you teleport in, you will trigger an alarm, and the experts left in the headquarters will go over to encircle you. I have a technology here that can temporarily interfere with the illusion of the information form of the spacetime cycle, causing spacetime to slow down or even stagnate. However, the duration is limited, and it can only delay these officers for a short while. You need to hurry up and kill the core of the dimensional consciousness entity. Don't get entangled by its doppelgangers. Once its program disintegrates, the information form transformation technology of the world reboot plan will be terminated, and the illusion of the spacetime cycle will collapse. Han Xiao nodded and added, in order to reduce resistance as much as possible, we need to appear somewhere else before teleporting. Remove the heaven concealing apparatus and let the Superpower Security Department track us with the positioning star map. This will lead a group of officers away from the Superpower Security Department. Okay. Kasui agreed. The 3 of them had another discussion and finalized the details. Then, they began to act separately. Chapter 12-13. Superpower Security Department, Warehouse 001 Screening Station. The long tracks began to rotate, and a hexagonal mechanical device was transported in from the release port. It looked like a small shield. Soon, this device was transported to the transparent safe in the center of the room. It had many functions such as a space-stabilizing anchor, electromagnetic interference, biochemical disinfection, anti-explosion, anti-high temperature, and so on. 2 staff members stood in front of the safe, operating the virtual screen to check the information of this item. This is an item sent by the Leighton Star System branch. Its purpose is unknown, and it has not been given a code name yet. The item code is C57003A, and it has been temporarily transferred to the headquarters warehouse. Oh, it has the authority of the Celestial Star Alliance's upper echelons, and it has been checked and approved by the supervisor. The procedures are complete, and there is no need to conduct detailed tests on this item. After checking for a while and confirming that the authorization and procedures were correct, the 2 staff members only performed a basic test to confirm that this item was not a dangerous explosive or high-energy polymer. Then, they operated on the main control screen, arranged this item in an empty warehouse, and pressed the confirm button. KAKA. The next moment, 4 intelligent mechanical arms stretched out from the wall, clamped the safe, and threw it into the release port on the wall. The internal transport pipeline quickly operated, sending the safe to its destination. The transport pipeline network was spread throughout the warehouse, extending in all directions. A simple magnetic levitation track was laid out, and there were white indicator lights at every section. During the high-speed transport of the safe, it was like shuttling through a white light. The warehouse of the Superpower Security Department was very large, divided into many areas. Each warehouse was set up separately, side by side, and was separated from the outside world by high-strength transparent materials. It looked like some kind of high-tech prison. There was a booth in each warehouse, and the base of the booth was connected to the transport pipeline network to directly transport the items. There was no need to open the door to access it. Furthermore, the space-stabilizing anchors, magic jammers, automatic defense weapons, and full-function detectors were maintained in the warehouse at all times. It was impregnable, and any changes would be detected. Soon, the booth in an empty warehouse suddenly opened, and the safe was transported there. The throne lay quietly inside. On the other side, the Superpower Security Department was holding an impromptu meeting. More than a dozen people with different appearances were sitting at the conference table. The badges on their bodies showed their identities. The lowest rank among them was a deputy director of the Holy Body level. Ever since they lost track of Han Xiao and Kasui a few months ago, the Superpower Security Department had transferred more manpower to form a task force. There were a total of 19 supers, including Milton and the other two. This time, there were a total of 5 Supreme Supers, a grand lineup. Not only was it to capture the two of them, but more importantly, it was to find out why the target could block the detection of the positioning star map. Therefore, the Superpower Security Department did not hesitate to gather a large number of experts to ensure that nothing would go wrong. It's been a few months, but we still haven't found any traces of Black Star and Kukezi. It's as if they've evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. If we continue to allow these extremely dangerous people to move freely outside, it will lead to a disaster sooner or later. One of the higher-ups in the department sounded dissatisfied. He kept knocking on the table and glancing at Milton. Milton's face darkened. He had led the team and lost track of the target, so the responsibility naturally fell on his head. He felt that he was only acting according to the rules, but who would have thought that the target could actually escape the positioning star map? He could only take the blame and hope to catch Han Xiao and Ku Kezi to wash away his shame. However, after a few months, the task force had not made any progress. Milton also became the target of everyone's dissatisfaction, complaining that he did not seize the opportunity. He wanted to refute, but he was speechless and could only sulk. Beep beep. Just as everyone was discussing, a communication request came in. It was a call from the department leader. A virtual screen popped up on the conference table, and the department leader said in a deep voice, "Everyone, just now, the positioning star map has been restored. Everyone, just a moment ago, the positioning star map's effect was restored. We have locked onto Black Star and KK's coordinates again. The reason is still unknown, but no matter what, this is the only clue we have in the past few months. Be careful and capture them." "Understood. We'll set off immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Milton suddenly stood up with a look of impatience. He just wanted to bring Han Xiao and Ku Kezi to justice immediately and make up for his mistakes. And this time, even if his side had a crushing advantage in combat power, he decided to act steadily. With the advantage of the positioning star map, he would ambush the target in advance on the path they would take to catch them off guard. Everything was to be foolproof. Somewhere in the universe, a small spaceship maintained a low warp speed. Han Xiao, Kasui, and Jay sat in the cockpit. "We've removed the heaven-concealing apparatus for so long. Why haven't the pursuers come yet?" Kasui looked at the star map and asked. Han Xiao glanced and said casually, "They're probably ambushing. With the lesson from last time, the enemy won't attack us if they're not completely confident. 9 people came last time. I wonder how many pursuers there are. It can't be less than 12. To be safe, maybe 15. Han Xiao guessed. This time, Jay slowly said, between 18 to 20 people, and there should be 5 supreme grades. I understand their movement pattern. TSK, so many people. Han Xiao smacked his lips. Jess did not comment and said, "That's right. It's the same in your universe after the iterations. Unless your advanced civilizations carry out a purge regularly, there will only be more people than us. Furthermore, even if existences above the saint grade die, they won't disappear easily at the information form level, so the effect of the purge is actually limited." Hearing this, Han Xiaoshin suddenly thought of the Holy Covenant organization. "You're saying that supers who have reached the beyond grade A level can be resurrected through a certain method, Such as the sanctum? Jays glanced at him and nodded. The sanctum focuses on recording information that can optimize the universe, such as some new universal treasures, advanced technologies developed by some civilizations, and breakthroughs in personal strength also belong to this kind of valuable information. Once an individual reaches the saint grade, which is what you call the beyond grade A, you'll be paid attention to and recorded by the sanctum. Every saint grade is a unique existence in the universe. When your life level is sublimated, your projection at the information form level will also transform and be imprinted in the sanctum. Death is not your end. The information form allows you to achieve another form of immortality. If someone else successfully establishes a connection with the sanctum, they can use the medium that contains the information of a certain saint-level creature to revive a dead saint-level super through information form interference, disturbance, projection, and so on, using the sanctum to reconstruct their body and soul. Hearing this, Han Xiao was secretly surprised. According to his understanding, beyond grade A was a watershed. At this level, one could back up their data in the sanctum. Even if they died one day, they could still use the sanctum to resurrect in the future. This was also the goal of the Holy Covenant organization. There are nearly 10,000 beyond grade as here. Some of them should have come from this. Some. Jays shook his head. More than 80% of them were resurrected through the sanctum, and some have been resurrected more than once. Tell me in detail. Han Xiao was quite interested. This kind of information could not be found on the internet. It was all confidential. It's very simple. Because the target of the sanctum resurrection is chosen by the later generations, the targets of the higher civilizations will definitely be those direct descendants and obedient allies. Some people will join the higher civilizations or other large organizations in order to be resurrected in the future, working hard in exchange for this resurrection agreement. In contrast, the uncertainty of arranging the resurrection of the later generations is too great. Plus, the sanctum is not so easy to communicate with. Once it fails, it will be completely over. After all, there are very few people who are willing to take the risk. Over time, such people will gradually disappear. Basically, everyone will choose a reliable higher civilization as their partner. I see. Han Xiaoxin understood. No wonder the security of the Celestial Star Alliance was so good, and the beyond grade as were so obedient. It turned out that most of them were obedient babies who had been selected to be resurrected. As for the thorns, no one was willing to help them resurrect. In order to continue the resurrection, most of the beyond grade as here buried their ambitions. Furthermore, the higher civilizations continued to resurrect their direct descendants and loyal allies. As time passed, there would only be more and more experts under their command, and their control of the universe would naturally gradually increase. Under the influence of various factors, there were fewer and fewer people causing trouble. Thinking of this, a term suddenly popped up in his mind. Why does it sound a bit like the investiture of the gods? Han Xiaoxin's mind moved slightly. The three universal civilizations had not come into contact with the sanctum yet, but when they developed to this point, would the future situation of the beyond grade as become like this? This form of balance between individuals and groups was formed. Han Xiao could not help but ask, are there any restrictions on the sanctum resurrection? Of course there are, and there are many. Jays whispered. First, only creatures with a saint body and above can be resurrected through the sanctum. Weak supers are not qualified. You can also understand the beyond grade A level as a resurrection permit. Second, the paradox of personality. We generally think that the subjective consciousness is the standard to distinguish between individuals. For example, there are two people who are exactly the same in both body and memory, but as long as their subjective consciousness is separate, they are considered two different individuals. Although the powerhouses of the Sanctum Revival inherited their memories before death, whether or not they were still the original individual had always been the subject of debate. If their subjective consciousness had changed, then this form of revival would be more like a clone. Third, the individuals resurrected through the sanctum will randomly lose some abilities, which seems to be related to their strength. The stronger you were when you were alive, the more complete your abilities would be when you were resurrected through the sanctum. However, the more times you were resurrected, the more serious the loss of information would be. Fourth, the sanctum resurrection is unique. Only one of you can exist in the universe at the same time. If you are not dead, the sanctum resurrection is ineffective and will not become a copy. Fifth, it is unable to cross iterations and can only resurrect individuals of the same iteration. First, there is a lack of a medium, and second, there are some restrictions that I do not understand. I even suspect that the sanctum resurrection is not the original ability of the sanctum but the ultimate plan of a certain iteration after the Great Reboot. Because of the indestructible characteristic of the sanctum, many iteration civilizations, including us, have used the sanctum as a breakthrough point. No one knows how many functions the sanctum has mutated. Listening silently, Han Xiao remembered all this in his heart. From a certain point of view, the Beyond Graders seemed to have the same characteristic as the players, which was that they could be resurrected continuously. In that case, controlling the sanctum was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of most Beyond Graders. I keep feeling that my knowledge has increased again. I have to find time to verify it with Oathkeeper. Han Xiao thought to himself. Boom. At this moment, the hull shook and suddenly exited the hyperdrive state. An ear-piercing alarm sounded. Woo woo woo, alert. Alert. Space stabilization anchor detected. Hyperdrive has been forced to terminate. An unknown energy source is rapidly approaching. Please avoid it. The radar showed that 19 Beyond Grade A energy sources were surrounding them from all directions. Looks like you guessed right. There really are 19 of them. Han Xiao raised his brows. It's normal operation. Jace did not mind. The three of them looked out the window and saw Milton and the other acquaintances. The spaceship had already fallen into a space trap and could not escape. At this moment, Milton's powerful voice sounded in the public channel. Black Star. Kasuzi. Give yourself up and leave some dignity for yourself. Call me Void Overlord. Kasui was annoyed. Han Xiao opened the hatch, and the three of them flew out together. Being in the center of the encirclement, a strong sense of oppression came from all directions. Another accomplice? Milton frowned when he saw Jess, but then he relaxed. In his opinion, the prey was already cornered. He was full of confidence in this operation. With 19 people working together, it would definitely be a piece of cake. There was no possibility of failure. After chasing them for a few months, he could finally capture these wanted criminals and bring them to justice. Give up resistance immediately and obediently follow us back to the Superpower Security Department to be interrogated. Explain clearly how you blocked the positioning star map, and you can still fight for leniency. Milton calmly played a psychological battle, intending to weaken the target's desire to resist. Han Xiao smiled meaningfully and said in an inexplicable tone, "No need to trouble yourself. We'll go by ourselves." Hearing this, Milton frowned with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Where are they? Before he finished speaking, a mechanical suit suddenly unfolded and wrapped around the three of them. With a flash of light, they disappeared. In the next moment, the 19 officers who had been eyeing him covetously were stunned. Where did they go? We've set up space stabilization anchors and teleportation disruptors. How did these people escape? Milton was stunned for 2 seconds before he flew into a rage, the veins on his face bulging. This group of people actually managed to escape again. What a humiliation. He immediately took out his communicator and looked at the real-time coordinates shared by the positioning star map, intending to lock onto their teleportation location before Han Xiao and the others blocked the positioning star map again. However, the moment he saw the coordinates, Milton's angry expression suddenly turned into panic and disbelief. The other party's coordinates were the headquarters of the Superpower Security Department. Are they surrendering? No matter how you look at it, they don't have good intentions. Their target is actually the headquarters. Are these people crazy? Milton was aghast with anger. He could not understand why these people were so bold. Chapter 12-14. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a slightly expanded King mechanical suit suddenly appeared in the warehouse of the Superpower Security Department, instantly blowing up the safe. The next moment, the mechanical suit automatically removed itself, revealing the figures of the three of them. Han Xiao casually retrieved the throne and looked at the environment. The three of them were in a separate warehouse. In front of them was a transparent high-strength material wall, and they could see rows of warehouses outside. A small part of them was empty, and most of them contained different collections. The family change tactic is still as useful as ever. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Looks like we're here. What's next? Kasui rubbed his eyebrows. He felt that he could no longer hold back his accumulated psychic power and could spurt it out at any time. Jace looked at the code of the warehouse outside and said, "This is warehouse area 117. The closest dimensional consciousness carrier to us is in area 106. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the warehouse. The next moment, new alloy walls were lowered in all the warehouses. The material was opaque, blocking vision, and at the same time, the defensive strength was higher. The alarm has been triggered. The warehouse will be immediately locked down, and the automatic defense robots will be activated to besiege us. At the same time, the important collections will be transported away through the pipeline for emergency evacuation." Jace was not surprised at all. With a wave of his hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. He quickly operated it and casually said, "I just used the backdoor code to cancel the emergency evacuation program of the collection, so there's no need to worry about the carrier being transferred. However, the changes here will definitely alarm the people at headquarters, and those supers on standby will rush over. We don't have much time. Then, let's hurry up." Han Xiao nodded, turned around, and swung his leg. With a boom, metal fragments scattered like flowers, and the warehouse wall was smashed to pieces. The three of them moved quickly, rushing toward their destination under the shrill alarm. Along the way, the floor and walls kept sliding open, revealing the automatic defense mechanisms within. Countless multi-barreled turrets opened fire at the three of them. Numerous small-caliber dark energy beams formed dark red chains of light, which chased after the three of them. Han Xiao maintained a thick psionic shield, and the dark energy beams rained down on it like a rainstorm. They only created circles of red and blue ripples on the surface of the shield, which looked like water droplets falling into a lake. It was not very powerful. However, this was only because the strength of the shield was too high. When some of the light beams missed and hit the metal floor or walls, the terrifying heat would instantly melt them, turning them into molten metal. Then, there would be an explosion of dark energy that was so dense that it was almost tangible. Everywhere the three of them passed, there would be a mess. Due to the lack of a secondary dimension, psionic energy could not be extracted there. However, the mechanical troops that Han Xiao had brought in were all equipped with psionic energy reactors. Through the splitting and devouring characteristics of psionic energy, more controllable psionic energy seeds could be created. There was no need to collect them through secondary dimensions. Thus, Han Xiao's energy intensity had a certain inherent advantage here. The automatic defense mechanism could not stop the three of them. The three of them broke through the layers of obstacles and continued to approach Warehouse 106. At this moment, the three of them sensed two powerful individuals rapidly approaching. With a loud bang, two burly figures broke through the wall, exuding a powerful pugilist aura. These two pugilists locked onto the three of them and madly charged, accompanied by a furious roar. "How dare you sneak attack the headquarters of the Superpower Security Department? You are guilty of the most heinous crimes." Jace glanced at them and quickly said, "Under normal circumstances, there will be 1 to 3 experts above the saint level guarding the warehouse on a daily basis, adopting a shift system. These two should be the guardians, so they came the fastest. It will take some time for the others to arrive from the headquarters. Don't get entangled with them." Hearing this, Kasui did not say a word. He aimed at the two of them and poured out his inventory. Boom! A circle of psychic shockwaves shook from under his feet, followed by an extraordinary psychic force shooting out. Ordinary psychic forces were mostly invisible and formless, but this psychic force shot out by Kasui was extremely condensed, shining with a dazzling light. It was so condensed that it was solid and extremely powerful, like a beam of light. Even the surrounding space was distorted, instantly swallowing the figures of the two pugilists. This psychic force was like a black hole with infinite gravity. Just by standing next to it, Han Xiao could feel a strange mental suction force, as if it was trying to drag his soul away. One could imagine how the two saint-level pugilists felt when they were hit head-on. Poochie. The sound of a balloon being popped sounded on the mental level, penetrating deep into the soul and echoing endlessly. Han Xiao took a closer look and saw that the two pugilists had collapsed on the road. Their bodies were twitching, and they could not get up. Their mouths and noses were like open faucets, with red and white blood flowing out. Even their brains had been shaken out of their bodies. Their consciousness has been shattered by me, and they won't be able to recover in a short time. Kasui emptied his inventory and only felt comfortable all over. Good job. Han Xiao gave him a thumbs up. As expected of someone who had held it in for a few months. The impact was strong enough, and it was even seasoned. With just one shot, two ordinary beyond grade as had lost their combat strength. If not for the fact that mental attacks had limited effect on dimensional consciousness entities, Kasui would have wanted to save this trump card for the Guardian's main body. Furthermore, Han Xiao and Jay's bodies were filled with the Mech Legion, so their health and energy were suppressed. Only he maintained his full combat strength and could end the battle as quickly as possible. On the other side, the headquarters of the Superpower Security Department was already fully operational. All the upper echelons urgently entered the encrypted communication channel, sharing the surveillance footage of the warehouse area. Everyone was shocked and angry. They did not expect that these three daring criminals would actually use some kind of strange teleportation method to directly attack their headquarters. From the first day of the Superpower Security Department's establishment, this was the first time someone had attacked the headquarters. While everyone was furious, they also felt deeply confused. This group of people had lured the tiger away from the mountain and spent so much effort to attack the headquarters. What was their goal? It seemed like they wanted to steal something from the warehouse. No matter what the other party's goal is, we must not let them succeed. Everyone had the same determination. Many of the powerhouses in the headquarters rushed to the warehouse at full speed. When they saw the two warehouse guardians appear, they were happy for a moment, thinking that they could at least delay the enemy for a while. However, they did not expect that the next second, the two guardians would be beaten down. Seeing this scene, the faces of the many secretaries and deputy secretaries who were rushing over changed, and their expressions were very solemn. Kasui hid his strength too well. His combat strength is stronger than expected. Looking at all the psychics in history, his strength is one of the best. Just as everyone was in shock, the surveillance screen changed abruptly. Boom! One of the warehouses in Area 106 exploded, and powerful supers appeared out of thin air. Without saying a word, they charged straight at the three people who were attacking. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Why is there another group? Who are these guys? I don't know any of them. Could they be the attackers' accomplices? It doesn't look like it. They seem to be enemies with the three attackers. They're fighting. Damn it, do they think that they can enter our place whenever they want? Everyone was stunned, their heads full of question marks. However, although they did not know the background of the group of powerhouses that appeared later, seeing that this group of people was blocking the attackers, they could only temporarily assume that they were friends and not enemies. After the three of them defeated the obstructors, they continued to move forward. However, before the three of them reached Area 106, they felt 8 powerful energy waves descend out of thin air. Jays narrowed his eyes. The Guardian and its doppelgangers are here. Eliminating external variables was the core mechanism of the Guardian. It only had a part of the rigid preset program left. As long as it detected that an outsider appeared within a certain range of the carrier, the Guardian's main body and doppelgangers would definitely descend and kill the outsider. This was its core mechanism, and it could not be violated. Their appearance can change at will. I don't know which one is the main body now, but it must be inside. Give me some time to distinguish it. Otherwise, We can only try our luck. Hearing Jay's words, Han Xiao's eyes flickered. No need, I should have a way to lock onto the other party's main body. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao released his main body's army camp. Large amounts of mechanical force burst out, and mech legion appeared one after another. The scene was like scattering beans to form soldiers, and a huge mech legion shot out from his body, instantly shattering the warehouse area. His maximum health that was suppressed to 5 million instantly bounced back, and his energy also recovered at the same time. Phew, comfortable. With the burden lifted, Han Xiao felt his entire body relax, and all the suppressed strength was recovered. Jays also quickly emptied his inventory, shooting out all the machines in his body and quickly setting up the battlefield. The next moment, 8 figures appeared in his vision and rapidly approached. Without saying anything, Han Xiao controlled the mech legion to cover the area with firepower. The 8 figures used their own methods to hold up different types of shields, and energy shockwaves exploded in midair. The combat information instantly flooded the screen. He opened the interface and took a quick look. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he decisively pointed at one of the figures. Found it. That's the main body. Distinguishing between real and fake was not difficult for him. The interface had long exposed the enemy's information. So fast. Jays was stunned and almost did not react. I haven't even seen any clues, and you've already locked onto the target. Why are you more efficient than me? A backdoor? Jays could not help but think of the previous 3 batches of outsiders. Other than the earliest batch, the other 2 batches had all fallen at this step. Because they could not distinguish the main body, they fell into a bitter battle and were finally annihilated by the directors of the Superpower Security Department. The outsiders this time are much more reliable than the previous 3 batches, especially Black Star. In his universe iteration, he should be a famous figure. Jays was secretly relieved. I'll leave the main body to you. I'll hold back the other doppelgangers. He did not doubt Han Xiao's judgment and directly controlled the army to entangle the 7 doppelgangers. He threw out a special targeted device, restraining the dimensional consciousness entity within the physical body. Although the other party could not violate the core mechanism, he had also taken precautions to ensure that the dimensional consciousness entity could not escape. Han Xiao also did not hesitate. He absorbed a part of the army and transformed into a medium-sized mechanical deity, launching a fierce attack on the Guardian's main body. Kasui cooperated by the side, attacking the Guardian's main body while restraining the other 7 doppelgangers, creating space for Han Xiao to attack. The Guardian's main body was the incarnation of the dimensional consciousness entity, and it could control a portion of the dimensional energy. In order to kill the outsiders, it had temporarily created a physical body for itself. Due to the preset settings, it had extremely high combat strength, equivalent to the supreme level combatants here. Furthermore, it was the stronger type, and its energy was inexhaustible. Han Xiao naturally would not hold back. He went all out, and the celestial punishment edge slashed open the energy shield of the Guardian's main body. Boom! The 11 beyond grade as fought fiercely, and the aftermath of the explosion directly blew the entire warehouse into pieces. Countless debris and fragments floated in the universe. It was unknown how many unique universal treasures were destroyed in the explosion. Seeing the warehouse explode, the hearts of all the upper echelons of the Superpower Security Department almost stopped, and they felt blood rush up to their throats. Kill these attackers on the spot. Don't let any of them escape. The eyes of the department leader instantly turned red, and he roared furiously, almost going crazy. In the galactic space, Han Xiao was controlling the mechanical deity to hit the Guardian's main body again and again. At this time, his perception suddenly alerted him. He discovered that 7 or 8 supreme-level secretaries were rapidly approaching, and even further away, there were dozens of saint-level deputy secretaries rushing over. Before they arrived, all kinds of long-range attacks were launched, forming a colorful torrent of energy in the universe, attacking the mechanical deity from all angles. Amidst the brilliance, there was a fatal danger. Even if the information showed that Black Star's physique was amazing, many of the experts present did not believe that he could withstand the attacks of dozens of people. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at it, but he did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly threw out a strange prismatic device. This device suddenly shook in midair, and a strange wave suddenly spread out, forming a huge spherical domain that covered the area. The next second, the flow of time in the domain slowed down, and the members of the Superpower Security Department and their attacks all stagnated at the same time. Their movements became slow, as though they had activated a slow-motion function. Only Han Xiao, Kasui, and the Guardian were not affected. Even Jace himself was affected. This was one of the special technologies developed by Jace, specifically targeted at this secondary dimension. It could cause the space-time cycle in an area to be strongly disturbed, and only outsiders and dimensional consciousness entities would not be affected. If not for this technology, the plan to attack the Superpower Security Department would have been almost impossible to succeed. What kind of ability is this? Although the movements of the members of the Superpower Security Department present had slowed down, their thoughts were still running. Their anger turned into horror, and they were all frightened by this ability. Unable to move, they watched as the enemy ravaged their warehouse at will. Everyone's hearts were bleeding, and they felt like they were in love. Chapter 12:15. Dozens of Beyond Grade A supers were frozen in midair. The scene was spectacular, but Han Xiao and Kasui had no time to appreciate it. Both of them were focused on dealing with the Guardian. The duration of the interference was limited. Now was the time for explosive power. Before the effect of the interference device ended, if they could not kill the Guardian quickly, Han Xiao would have no choice but to use the king to escape with the other two. The more outsiders died in this secondary dimension, the more doppelgangers the Guardian would have. Now, it was the fourth batch, and the difficulty of the challenge had become extremely terrifying. One main body and 7 doppelgangers were not affected and could still move freely. Even though Kasui took the initiative to restrain the doppelgangers, he had limited energy and could not take care of all aspects. From time to time, the doppelganger's attacks would pass through his defense and land on Han Xiao's mechanical deity. In order to maintain his output, Han Xiao did not dodge the attacks at all and took all of them head-on. He did not defend at all, completely exchanging damage for damage. It was as if he had caught an unlucky guy in a group fight and beat him up. Relying on his tankiness, not only did these attacks not pose much of a threat to him, but they also increased the speed at which he stacked temporary attribute bonuses, increasing his output. At this moment, he did not hold back at all and used all his explosive abilities. The mechanical deity and the mech legion had completely entered berserk mode. All the mechanics overload abilities were activated, and the true damage of legendary battle technique was constantly triggered. There was also a divine skill, painful revenge, that was even more lethal. For every 3% of his health points lost, it could cause 1.5% of his health points in melee damage. All of these were stacked on the slash of the celestial punishment edge. This ability came from the Darkstar leader. Back then, he was still a calamity grade with less than a few 100,000 HP. Now, he had become a beyond grade A monster with more than 40 million HP. Even if each attack could only cause 1.5% damage, it was still an additional 600,000 damage. Furthermore, in order to keep taking hits to recover his MP, Han Xiao had been controlling the weapons in the mechanical deity to fire at his main body. His HP dropped and rose repeatedly, allowing this skill to be triggered continuously. Even if this normal damage would be reduced by shields and resistances, it would not be able to cover the lethality of painful revenge. The power of each attack was far beyond a normal beyond grade A killer move. Coupled with the bonuses from the machinery faith, the 10 stacks of God's trait transformation, fearless heart, polar channel flow, blood rage, the bonuses from the many gold grade mechanical equipment, and the explosive increase in attributes after the level 340 promotion. Even Han Xiao himself did not know how terrifying his damage would be when he went all out. Under the concentrated fire of the mechanical deity and the mech legion, the energy shield summoned by the Guardian's main body basically exploded as soon as it appeared, and its health dropped rapidly. Although it was a dimensional consciousness body and had inexhaustible energy, its own strength limited its energy output. The speed at which it replenished its energy shield could not keep up with Han Xiao's destructive efficiency at all. If it was a life form with normal thinking, it would naturally understand that it was no match for Han Xiao and would not fight to the death. It would definitely start to look for a way out. However, the Guardian's main body did not have any emotions and would only act according to the incomplete preset program. It could not go against the core mechanism, and it would not escape. It would only fight to the death. The only advantage of the Guardian's main body was its flexibility. It was like a fish in water in its own home ground. Han Xiao's void talent was temporarily frozen, so he could not use various flash methods. Instead, he could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Most of the Mech Legion's long-range attacks were dodged by the agile Guardian's main body. A lot of damage is wasted. It has certain characteristics of an energy body, and its health recovery speed is also very fast. If this drags on, my success rate of killing it before the interference device loses its effect is probably only about 40%. That's a bit low. I haven't used gene liberation yet, and the cooldown is relatively long. I should only have time to use it once. I need to maximize my damage output. Han Xiao's actions of pouring firepower did not stop. His eyes moved slightly. It seems like I can only use my traditional skills. With that in mind, the mechanical deity suddenly disintegrated and turned back into the Mech Legion. Han Xiao's main body came out, opened his arms, and revealed his weak body to the fullest, tempting the rigid Guardian's main body. Sure enough, the Guardian's main body did not say anything and directly charged over. In his preset tactical model, the tactic to target the weakness of a mechanic was to attack the fragile body of the mechanic when the target exposed its main body. Han Xiao did not dodge and faced it head-on, allowing the Guardian's main body to crash into his thick chest muscles and explode with a ring of energy shockwaves. He did not care about the health loss of this attack at all. His arms wrapped around the target tightly, not allowing the opponent to escape. He then grinned. "Little thing, still running? Come into Daddy's arms." He had not used this move for a very long time. The main reason was that he was infamous in the explored universe, and everyone knew this move of his. Only a fool would fall for such a trap. Only when facing someone like this who did not know his background would his traditional skills have a second chance. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao directly activated gene liberation and gave the Mech Legion an order. "Eat my god, Earth. Same. Life. Boom. Boom. Boom." In an instant, endless psionic cannons drowned the two of them. The dazzling light instantly expanded and occupied everyone's vision. Mechanics can fight like this. Jays, who was unable to move, only felt that his horizons had been broadened. Are all young people these days playing so big? On the other side, the corner of Kasui's eyes twitched. The energy level feedback from his senses made his heart beat rapidly, and he felt a strong threat to his life. The dozens of officers of the Superpower Security Department present were even more dumbfounded. From the beginning, they had been wondering what kind of enmity these two people had for them to fight so fiercely. Weren't these two wanted criminals here to attack our headquarters? Why didn't they attack us while we were immobilized? Instead, they focused on dealing with a group of mysterious supers that appeared out of thin air. Why did we, the main characters, become spectators instead? Just as this thought flashed through everyone's mind, the light ball of the energy chain reaction suddenly exploded, bursting out with a terrifying energy shockwave. Boom! The surrounding mechanical troops and other people were all blown away, instantly clearing a large empty area. When the light dissipated, Han Xiao was seen floating alone at the center of the explosion, covered in blood, and in front of him was a shattered body. Han Xiao was expressionless and looked very calm, but in fact, he almost broke out in cold sweat, and his emotions could not calm down. F***CK, that was close. I didn't know that my attack power had reached such a level. I almost sent myself away. Just now, his luck had exploded to the maximum damage increase range of gene liberation, with a 20% chance. The lethality of the Mech Legion's explosion had also shocked him, and the large fluctuation of his HP made his heart skip a beat. The scale of the army I can control now is very large, and the attack power is completely different from before. I have to be careful when using this move in the future. Otherwise, it will really end in mutual destruction one day. Han Xiao patted his chest and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even he was in such a dangerous situation, and the Guardian's main body was even more tragic, dying on the spot. From the battle to its death, it did not even leave behind any last words, although it would not say anything. You killed it just like that. Kasui's eyes widened. He had thought that he would have to go through a tough battle, but he did not expect Black Star's lethality to be so terrifying. He had eliminated the target in just a few moves, and the efficiency was frightening. Although he did not say it explicitly, his tone undoubtedly revealed his thoughts. It was done so easily. Hearing Kasui's words, Han Xiao knew what he was thinking and said in annoyance, "You think it's easy because I'm strong. If it were you, we would definitely have to run away today." Even an ordinary peak beyond grade A would have a slim chance of survival in such a situation. Only an anomaly like him could easily complete this round of the mission. The communication between the two of them in the mental channel only lasted for a split second. At this moment, the chain reaction of the destruction of the dimensional consciousness body appeared. The remains of the Guardian's main body automatically disintegrated into dust-like particles and dissipated in an instant. With it as the center, the same signs appeared in the surrounding space. The affected area continued to spread in all directions, as if a singularity had collapsed. The entire dimension began to collapse in a chain, and the visual effect was as if a certain director of the Universe Family Planning Office had snapped his fingers. The space-time loop phantom of this mutated information form was like a precision instrument that barely maintained its balance, and the dimensional consciousness body was the core component. At this moment, there was a problem with the core, and the entire instrument stopped operating. The balance was broken, and it began to report faults, causing a chain of disintegration. Only Han Xiao and Kasui, the two outsiders, and the things they brought in from the outside, were not affected. The other substances that belonged to this space-time loop were disintegrating. The first to bear the brunt was the mechanical army and the other 7 Guardian avatars that were created in the past few months. They were annihilated and evaporated in front of everyone's eyes. The foundation of the space-time loop was disrupted, and the effect of the interference device also failed. When the many members of the Superpower Security Department saw this scene, they were all shocked and wanted to continue to encircle the two of them. However, the body of the nearest Director General also began to disintegrate automatically. Under everyone's horrified gaze, this person turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. His supreme combat strength was of no use at all. What's going on? What have you done? Run. You'll die. Everyone present was extremely shocked. They did not care about catching the two of them and turned to run, only wanting to get as far away from the expanding disintegration area as possible. However, Jace stayed where he was and smiled at Han Xiao. Han Xiao noticed the vibration of the communicator and took it out to take a look. The rest of the technical information was sent over by Jace. The other party had fulfilled the deal. There was also a message left by Jace. Black Star, our world reboot plan has not completely failed. At least we have left our legacy to the future. I know that you have a certain level of vigilance against me, and I admit that I do have extra selfishness. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide it from you. I will teach you all my knowledge. It's both a deal and an experiment. Do you remember the mechanism of the sanctum that I told you about? Resurrecting a beyond grade A requires a medium with target information, and you, who have inherited the knowledge, may be able to become my medium. If one day, you successfully communicate with the resurrection function of the sanctum, please try to resurrect me and see if you can cross the iterations. Whether you succeed or fail, it will be a valuable piece of information for you. However, even if the resurrection is successful, I will not retain the memories in the loop. It will be a brand new me. This should be the last time we meet. Although the time we spent together was short, I am very happy to meet you, the successor of the iteration. After reading the message, Han Xiao looked up and saw Jace with a relieved smile on his face. His body gradually turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao silently chewed on this word. Successor, her. Chapter 12:16. This message was Jay's last words, full of expectations. Han Xiao glanced at the technical information in the communicator and felt a heavy weight. This mirage of history had disappeared. Before the three universal civilizations figured out the mysteries of the sanctums, the technology in his hands was the only copy. Although it was only part of the technology collected by Jays, it was still precious. It was not just a personal bonus but also a button to change the direction of the universe, and the initiative to press the button was in his hands. Since this was a relay across iterations, according to his current situation, the title of successor was not wrong. This technical information had already given him the qualifications to pry open the structure of the universe, and the change in the development path of the universal civilizations was within his thoughts. If he chose to take on such a mission, then what to do with this technical information would become a problem. No matter what, everything has to wait until I finish the research. Han Xiao pondered. With so much technical information, a considerable portion of it was beneficial to the development of the civilization. It would be a waste to keep it like a treasure. The final destination would definitely be the Galactic Society, contributing to the universe and improving the lives of all galactic residents. However, with his personality, it was impossible for him to contribute for free. He would either develop it himself and sell it, or use a portion of the technology to exchange for some resources from the three universal civilizations. No matter which option he chose, his own position and the strength of the Black Star Army would rise to a whole new level, reaching a level that no one had ever reached before. They would become transcendent. However, these things had to wait until he thoroughly studied all the technical information. It was still too early. As for Jay's request, Han Xiao had not decided whether to agree or not. It was more appropriate to wait and see when the time came. These thoughts only flashed through his mind, and the collapse of this world continued. The situation was no different from the decay of the other secondary dimensions. The speed at which this secondary dimension decomposed was getting faster and faster, and the range of the chain reaction expanded exponentially. Energy was expanding and overflowing, space was being pulled and torn apart, and starlight dimmed one after another, replaced by strange light spots. This was the external manifestation of the thinning of the space wall. Then, these light spots suddenly cracked open, turning into holes in the space wall. The space turbulence outside instantly poured in, and blue space energy storms wreaked havoc, accelerating the decay of the dimension. Let's go. Seeing this, Kasui's eyes lit up and he flew out of the hole in the space wall without hesitation. Han Xiao did not stop him and followed closely behind. The two of them returned to the spatial storm of the secondary dimension world. Immediately, their spirits were lifted, and they felt the pressure on their bodies disappear. Every breath they took was fresh and refreshing. I'm finally out. Sensing the connection to the void dimension again, Kasui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly replenished his energy in one breath, and only then did he feel at ease. The two of them turned their heads from the outside and saw that the seemingly endless secondary dimension when they first arrived was collapsing inwards like a deflated balloon. Under the gazes of the two, this secondary dimension was torn apart by the space turbulence and rapidly disintegrated. Rainbow-like energy gushed out and merged into the space storm. Suddenly, Kasui's eyes moved. He released his mental force in a certain direction and retrieved a few pieces of origin energy fragments when the dimension was dying. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Han Xiao glanced at him. Have you found the opportunity for your transformation? Yes, I'm not mistaken. My senses are pointing to the origin energy fragments of this dimension. I have vaguely felt the entry point to the next level of God's trait transformation. As long as I go back and ponder for a while, I will definitely be able to enter the next stage. This is all thanks to your help. Kasui was satisfied. He was now extremely glad that he had chosen Han Xiao as his teammate. If it had been anyone else, this trip would have been a near-death experience. However, bringing along Han Xiao was a daunting experience without any danger. Although this person was shameless, he was too reliable. Congratulations, congratulations. Han Xiao said a few polite words, then pointed to the origin energy fragments. Everyone has a share. How about you give me one? Hey, you're really thick-skinned. You took all of Jay's technical information for yourself, and now you dare to say that everyone has a share. With a look of disgust, Kasui casually threw a piece of origin energy fragment to Han Xiao. He was in a good mood now and was too lazy to care about this. Anyway, his senses told him that he only needed one fragment. If not for Black Star, this trip would not have gone so smoothly, so he was not stingy with his dividends. Receiving the fragment, Han Xiao played with it for a while. Then, he glanced at the item introduction and could not help but shake his head. This secondary dimension was very special, but there was nothing special about the origin energy fragments. It was impossible to cultivate a similar cycle of space-time. This was a unique space wonder in itself. Neither of them left immediately. Instead, they stayed in place and watched as this dimension completely disappeared without a trace, completely assimilated into the space turbulence. The second round of relay across iterations has been completed. You have received 1,500,000,000 EXP, 1 random reward, and character summon card, Jay's. It's a R&D type ability, Han Xiao nodded. Jay's R&D ability was unquestionable. The heaven-shrouding apparatus and a bunch of targeted technologies were the best examples. Han Xiao had a lot of combat ability character summon cards in his hands, and now, he wanted to obtain abilities for other purposes. This character summon card met his needs. He looked down and found that the mission notification was not over yet. Third round activated. Third round mission requirements: successfully enter at least one sanctum and establish communication. Reward: 2 billion EXP, 2 random rewards, 3 corresponding sanctum fragments, and the next round of the mission activated. The next round's requirement is a sanctum. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Jay's, the sanctums stored information from many iterations, but it was not a public library that anyone could read. Be it an individual or a civilization, they had to complete some kind of communication to obtain information from it. Oathkeeper had said that there were a total of 6 sanctums. He did not know if different sanctums had different communication methods, but Oathkeeper had not returned after so long, so it was probably not a simple matter. There were also sanctum fragments in the reward. He had several, the first sanctum, fragments in his hands. Han Xiao originally thought that it was the qualification to enter the sanctum, but it seemed that was not the case. After learning so many secrets on this trip, Han Xiao had already made up his mind. Even if there was no mission, he would still go to the sanctums. This mission was an unexpected reward. The other mission, Kasui's invitation, was also completed at the same time. He received 4,500,000,000 EXP, 6 random rewards, and 3 character summon cards. The character summon cards were all Kasui's, but their abilities were different. One was a mental defense, one was a void talent, and the last one was the ancient ones, which had an amazing drop rate. Kasui's favorability increased by 30 points, which was a huge increase. He had obtained a God's Trait transformation opportunity, and Han Xiao himself had also obtained 1 God's Trait transformation point. At the same time, he had also obtained a new milestone, Witness of the Old Era. Its introduction was that his experience had become richer, and his intelligence and MYS had increased by 3%. The effect is very versatile. It can be considered a professional match. It's slightly useful, Han Xiao thought to himself. Just as he was browsing through the mission rewards, Kasui's question suddenly sounded in his mind, and he had mixed feelings. What are you going to do next? Turning around, he saw that Kasui's expression was rather complicated. Witnessing the disappearance of the last iteration of the universe in front of his eyes, Kasui felt both emotional and regretful. He only felt that this adventure was like a dream. Han Xiao knew what Kasui was asking. He shook his head and said, "I'll keep these technologies and do my own research first. Now is not the time to expose these secrets." That's right. The iteration of the universe is still too far away from us. That's something the 3 universal civilizations should consider. Although a beyond grade A is a powerful individual, it's still very insignificant in this situation. Kasui sighed and said, "Anyway, the technical information is in your hands. You have the initiative. What you do is your business, and it has nothing to do with me." Han Xiao raised his brows and did not say anything, only staring at him with shining eyes. Sensing Han Xiao's meaningful gaze, Kasui understood the meaning behind this gaze and laughed. "Don't worry. Although I'm also an insider, I won't ask for trouble. Once this information is revealed to outsiders, I won't be able to stay out of it, and you'll come looking for me. You also don't have to worry about me reporting to the Arcane Church. I'm not familiar with them." During this joint operation, Kasui had once again refreshed his judgment of Han Xiao's strength. He was shocked, so he did not want to fall out with Han Xiao at all. Only the two of them knew about this information. If it was leaked, Black Star would immediately know that it was him who did it. In his opinion, it was better to avoid trouble. Unlike Old Man Ison, who wanted to make big news, Kasui preferred to stay out of trouble. Furthermore, he was not a direct descendant of the Arcane Church, so he had no intention of reporting it. If he was so loyal to Ethereal, he would not have gone easy on them during the rescue of Hela. Han Xiao nodded, changed the topic, and frowned. "You've seen the situation of the Beyond Grade as under the rule of the Celestial Star Alliance. The Sanctums are our lifeline and cannot be monopolized by the advanced civilizations. Otherwise, we'll repeat the same mistake." Hearing this, Kasui's expression also became serious. With this experience, he had deeply realized that the Beyond Grade as were bound together for good or ill, so he was very concerned about this issue. "You're right. The three universal civilizations will research to this point sooner or later. Since we know the significance of the Sanctums in advance, we should plan ahead." Han Xiao pondered and said, "In order to avoid becoming like the Celestial Star Alliance, we Beyond Grade as have to take control of the Sanctums ourselves. Fortunately, we've already established a Beyond Grade A association. Individuals are unreliable, and only the association is qualified to take on this responsibility. This way, the future Beyond Grade as will not need to give up their freedom and beg the advanced civilizations for mercy. You did have foresight when you promoted the establishment of the association back then." Kasui agreed. "I didn't expect that the association would be of such great use to me either." Han Xiao grinned to himself. In short, I have some clues about the Sanctums in my hands. After some time, I'll start investigating. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know," Kasui said. If it was like the Celestial Star Alliance, it would have been too late for the Beyond Grade as to unite after the advanced civilizations had mastered the Sanctums. On the path of civilization development, many opportunities only came once. If they missed it, they would just miss it. In this regard, neither of them was selfish. The Sanctums were the lifeline of the Beyond Grade as, and monopolizing them would make them the enemy of all the Beyond Grade as in the entire universe. Only when the association took on this important mission would it be accepted by everyone. In this way, the nature of the association would become extremely important. The alliance between the members would be unbreakable and extremely united, and it would not disintegrate because of internal reasons. Currently, only the two of them knew about this, and they both had the same goal. With this bond, it was equivalent to forming a secret alliance. For Han Xiao, the benefit was that Kasui, who had always been neutral, was now leaning toward his faction, and his influence in the association would increase by another level. Although the two of them had reached a tacit agreement not to reveal what they had seen for the time being, they both knew that some things had quietly changed. Based on this information, they had formulated a new plan, which would inevitably cause an indirect butterfly effect. Unless the two of them pretended that nothing had happened, the scope of the influence would only increase, and sooner or later, it would affect the entire universe. With the matter settled, the two of them were about to leave when they suddenly sensed something. They turned around and saw a large group of space lice wandering aimlessly. "Yo, it's been a few months, and these little cuties still haven't left." Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately recalled the idea of breeding space lice. Kasui had completed the God's trait transformation mission, and now that he was free, he also had some thoughts. I'll bring some specialties back on the way back. I'll catch a batch and raise them in the void dimension. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere around them was similar. Chapter 12:17. The last time I took a leave of absence was 2 months ago. I feel that this leave period is still quite long. P.S. Speaking of which, I've been paying attention to the epidemic for the past 2 months. Occasionally, I'll sigh. A seemingly stable life can't withstand the storm. After seeing the Western scenery, it's already a blessing to be born in China. Take a day off for godly mechanic. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 12:18. Flickering World, Emerald Star Cluster, Black Star Core Division. Hundreds of spaceships of various colors and models were docked at the silver-white dock. Groups of crew members who clearly did not belong to the army walked out from the spaceships. They stepped onto the platform and looked around curiously. Under the command of the fully armed army warriors, they formed a loose line and chattered endlessly. We're finally here. As expected of the Black Star core base, it's obviously heavily guarded. Haha, my resume was screened 4 times and finally passed. We'll be members of the Black Star core from now on. I hope we can go to a position with high benefits. I wonder if we'll be able to see Black Star this time. According to the usual practice, every batch of newcomers has to go through an induction ceremony. The army commander should meet us, right? Even if it's his avatar, it'll be fine. Everyone's face was more or less filled with excitement. These people were all interstellar mercenaries who had passed the recruitment process. Now that the Black Star Core influence covered many starfields, the various businesses brought them plenty of funds. Therefore, the army had been recruiting new people, especially after Han Xiao was hired as the senior advisor of the 3 universal civilizations. After many years of operation by Han Xiao, the army already had an irreplaceable influence in the universe. According to market research, if the free supers in the Galactic Society had to join a faction, 41.3% of them would choose the Black Star Core as their first choice, even surpassing the 3 universal civilizations. Using an analogy, the Black Star Core position was roughly equivalent to a top-notch company in the Fortune 500. Furthermore, its potential was still being realized, and it had a bright future. Just as everyone was excitedly discussing, an army spaceship drove into the VIP track of the spaceship, attracting everyone's attention. There were 2 emblems on the exterior armor of this spaceship. One was the army's symbol, and the other was a crimson snake symbol with a dark red background. This was the symbol of Hellas unit. With a whoosh, the hatch opened, and a group of female armed personnel in red light armor walked out in an orderly manner, surrounding and guarding both sides of the gangway. The symbol on their chest armor represented that they were the elite battle group under Hellas command, the 3-headed snake special forces. As the deputy general, Hela had quite a bit of authority. She had already formed her own personal guards, and like Han Xiao, she had also recruited some Black Star guards. Tap, tap, tap. Hela's leather shoes made a crisp sound as she walked out of the cabin door. She wore a pair of red sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and silver snake-shaped earrings on her ears. She wore a gorgeous red uniform that was similar to a woman's suit. The edges were outlined with gold, and a black and gold high-collared cloak was draped over her shoulders. The collar of the cloak was a circle of red fluff. She was full of aura. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Many people had looks of admiration on their faces. Even the soldiers around her were the same. She's the second in command of the army, the goddess of death, Hela. What a strong aura, it would be great if I could work under her. Someone had a longing look on his face. Only the elites of the army are qualified to be selected as the personal guards of the upper echelons. Even we are not qualified. What are you dreaming about? A soldier snorted. At this moment, Hela came to the front of the crowd with her personal guards. She scanned everyone present, and a strong aura spread out. The commotion in the crowd gradually stopped. The originally excited people only felt a sense of oppression in their hearts, and they did not dare to speak. Seeing this, Hela opened her red lips and said in a cold voice, "The general is not in charge of the ceremony. Recently, the army commander is not around, so I will be hosting your induction ceremony. My time is very precious, so let's skip the welcoming steps and directly test your strength. The army commander speaks with strength, and this will affect your position after you join the army commander, so try to stand in front of me for as long as possible." After saying that, Hela could not be bothered to explain to the crowd. She directly released her high-level aura and swept across the entire place. Before many people present could react, they felt a sense of terror. The pressure penetrated their bodies and souls. Their whole body was trembling, and they were about to collapse to the ground at any time. Plop, plop. Groups of people could not withstand Hela's high-level aura and collapsed. The one who lasted the longest was only 30 seconds. Their faces were filled with fear, and they gasped for breath as if they were about to drown. Seeing this, Hela retracted her aura, looked at her watch, and said calmly, "Those who stand in the top 10% can be the squad leader. As for the rest, Philip will automatically assign positions based on your performance just now. You will be in your positions immediately. Adjourn." Then, she did not even look at the people who had collapsed to the ground. She turned around and entered the base with her personal guards. Normally, the induction ceremony for the newcomers would introduce the history of the army to cultivate a sense of belonging. Hela did not have the time to do that. From disembarking to completing the test, the whole process did not take more than 3 minutes. Halfway there, Hela took out her communicator, summoned Philip, and asked with a frown, "Can you contact Black Star?" "No, hum." Philip lowered his head and tapped his fingers together guiltily. Where the hell did this guy run off to? "I actually lost contact with him for several months." Hela's face was gloomy. She knew that Han Xiao had run to the secondary dimensions and was not convenient to contact, but even so, Han Xiao and Philip's main program should not have broken the connection. However, just a few months ago, Philip had said that Han Xiao had completely lost contact and could not be contacted through any means. Hela immediately became vigilant and could not help but think of the Holy Covenant organization she had encountered in the secondary dimensions. Could it be that the army commander was ambushed again? Why does it not seem surprising at all? In order to not cause unrest in the army and suspicion of the outside world, she had asked Philip to seal the news. On the surface, she maintained the operation of the army, but behind the scenes, she had secretly invested resources to investigate Black Star's whereabouts. Han Xiao was the soul of the army. Once he lost contact, the armies beyond grade as became much weaker. Hela could only temporarily shoulder the burden, stop training, and return from the underworld to oversee the army. After a few months without any news, Hela was secretly anxious. She had already decided that if there was still no news in 3 months, she would call Ames and enter the secondary dimensions to look for Han Xiao. Suddenly, Hela's footsteps paused, and a strange expression appeared on her face. "You guys wait for orders. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying this, her figure suddenly disappeared, leaving the personal guards looking at each other in dismay. At the same time, Hela's figure appeared in the underworld dimension, and the earth goddess Oniselu appeared. "Why did you call me?" "I found a group of strange creatures approaching the underworld. They seem to be universal creatures that live in space storms. You know, monsters born in such environments are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid they're species that feed on secondary dimensions." Oniselu expressed her concern. Hela frowned slightly. She was now connected to the underworld, so protecting the underworld was her duty. "I'll go fight them off." She leaped up, turned into a red meteor, and flew out of the space wall following Oniselu's instructions. However, she did not go far, only guarding the direction of the enemy. The dimensional energy of the underworld formed a spherical light film around Hela, providing her with defense while also preventing her from being swept away by the space turbulence. Not long after, a wormhole suddenly appeared in the space storm, and huge space lice surged out in shocking numbers. So many. Hela subconsciously clenched her fists. She had been in the secondary dimensions before and knew that there were some dangers here that could threaten the lives of beyond grade as. Although she had never seen space lice before, she instinctively felt threatened, which proved that these monsters could not be killed easily. Although Hela was not worried about her own safety, there were too many monsters. She was alone and could not guarantee that she could protect the entire underworld. If only Black Star was here, facing such a situation, Hela could not help but miss Han Xiao's mechanical army. You can only rely on me now. Hela gathered her energy and prepared to make the first move. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in her mechanical suit communication channel, causing her to freeze on the spot. Hela! Among the space lice, Han Xiao, who was chasing away these little cuties, sensed Hela's energy fluctuations. He turned around, and his eyes lit up. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hela with a smile. We haven't seen each other for a while. Did you miss me? Yes. Hela subconsciously wanted to speak, but she suddenly came back to her senses and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Where have you been all this time?" I went to the depths of the secondary dimensions for a stroll. The signal there is not good. Do you see these little cuties? These are my spoils of war. I plan to rear them around the underworld and use them as a line of defense. Their combat strength is very impressive. Han Xiao gave a long-winded introduction, pretending that he did not see Hela hesitating several times. Having lost contact for several months, he knew that this would definitely arouse Hela's doubts and worries. However, he did not intend to reveal his experience for the time being, so he decided to hide the truth and beat around the bush. After listening for a while, Hela could not help but interrupt Han Xiao and ask, "Do you know the impact of your loss of contact on us? If not for me blocking the news, the army would definitely be shaken." Han Xiao chuckled. "You're the deputy army commander, so there's still you when I'm not around. Nothing will go wrong. I believe in you." Hearing this, Hela's expression became much better. She vaguely felt that Han Xiao was hiding something from her, but since he did not want to say it, she did not want to ask too much. The most important thing was that he was back. Hela did not ask further, only telling him to don't do this next time. She then turned to look at the group of willful space lice and asked curiously, "Are these creatures really comparable to a peak beyond grade A when they join forces? Their attack power is a little weak, but their resistance is definitely at that level. They feed on spatial turbulence, and not only will they not attack secondary dimensions, they will even protect them. They like the environment around secondary dimensions and will usually settle down and use it as a nest, attacking all outsiders." Han Xiao nodded. After catching a batch of space lice, he went home separately with Kasui. On the way, he did some research and figured out some of the habits of the space lice. They could coexist harmoniously with secondary dimensions and were very suitable for guarding homes. They were simply natural guards, and placing them in the underworld would increase the safety of this place. "Alright, as long as there's no danger, let's keep them here. I have no objections." Hela nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, she said, "Teacher came to find you 3 times, but I stopped her. Remember to talk to her." "Okay." Han Xiao nodded and asked, "By the way, how was the situation in the association when I was not around?" "Same old, no changes. It's just that without the quarrel between you and Manison, everyone feels that the meeting is boring and is basically daydreaming. These people only know how to count on me to do the work." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. In the eyes of ordinary people, these beyond grade as were high and mighty, not to be offended. However, in his eyes, they were just a bunch of people. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he rejected Hela's invitation to torture him and left the space lice in the underworld. He then directly used the king to teleport back to the army's headquarters in the glittering star cluster. His vision blurred, and Han Xiao returned to the army's office. He immediately saw Sylvia sitting in his seat with her legs crossed. Sylvia was shocked that there was suddenly someone in the room. However, after seeing that it was Han Xiao, she calmed down. Her eyes moved, and not only did she not stand up, she even purposely put her long legs on the table, snorted, and said in a weird tone, "Don't worry. Yo, Isn't this your Excellency Black Star? You still know to come back. I thought you had already forgotten about us. Han Xiao did not mind. He walked up to Sylvia, patted Sylvia's head with a smile, and felt the volume of her hair with a smile. Looks like you've been working very hard these past few months. It's been hard on you. Get lost. Sylvia slapped Han Xiao's hand away, got up, and moved aside. I haven't been able to contact you these past few months, so there's a huge backlog of work waiting for your instructions. Hurry up and deal with it. I'm waiting for it. Then, she could not be bothered with Han Xiao and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly thought of something and turned back. She took the coat on the back of the chair and the gold-rimmed glasses on the table, rolled her eyes at Han Xiao, and opened the door to leave. TSK, you're quite resentful. Han Xiao curled his lips. Of course, he would not argue with the bald baby at home. He had gained a lot from this trip. He had learned a lot of secrets of the universe and greatly expanded his knowledge. To him, returning to the explored universe felt like a lifetime had passed. However, in the eyes of the army officers, it had only been a few months. Other than a few people, the others were not curious about where he had gone at all. Han Xiao reconnected to Philip and encrypted all the information he had recorded during this trip. This technological treasure was simply too rich. Even a peak beyond grade A like him would need at least 10 years to digest it. He would not be able to finish studying it in a short period of time. Although awakening points and experience could speed up the progress of his research, it was more or less a waste to use them on this. After all, it would be difficult to replenish them before the next version arrived. It just so happened that version 4.0 was not far away. He had time to digest it slowly, so he was not in a hurry. He found a housework robot and sprayed an air freshener in the room, dispelling the elegant body scent that Sylvia had left behind. Then, he sat back in his seat and logged onto the forums to check on the players' movements as he dealt with the backlog of work. A few months had passed, and the 4th season of the Pro League had already progressed to the international arena, reaching the quarterfinals. This time, China had 2 teams that had advanced. One was the most consistent team among the powerhouses, Dynasty, and the other was Rivervale. After 3 seasons of the Pro League, Rivervale was no longer a dark horse but a stable powerhouse team. The international group stage that had already ended was the most dangerous part of the competition schedule. The crazy sniping of the Chinese clubs from various countries was still effective, resulting in one fewer Chinese team qualified for the quarterfinals this time. However, looking at it from another perspective, the clubs from various countries spared no effort to stop the Chinese teams. Some teams were willing to give up points to fight the Chinese teams until both sides suffered heavy losses. In such an environment, 2 Chinese teams still managed to qualify, which was a gratifying result. Now, the hopes of the entire village were on Dynasty and Rivervale. As long as either team won the championship, they would achieve the achievement of 3 consecutive Chinese championships. None of the other teams in the quarterfinals wanted to see such an outcome. However, in the quarterfinals, it would be a head-to-head battle and could not be surrounded like in the group stage. Those tactics and small tricks would be useless. They could only rely on their own strength. In the quarterfinals, the end of the Pro League is not far away. Version 4.0 is at most 2 months away. I have to prepare. Han Xiao thought to himself. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,